Chapter 203 Burning Arm. Chapter 203. Burning Arm. A domineering yet impressive voice came out of the statue. It was Yi Futian's voice. At that moment, Tang Ye's expression grew uglier. He'd said that Xiao Wuji had gone to the limit, and it was meaningless for Yi Futian to continue. However, had Xiao Wuji really gone to the limit? Then what was Yi Futian doing now? Xiao Wuji could comprehend the statue, but Yi Futian could control it. Tang Yi had called Yi Futian an idiot twice, but why? Yi Futian was in the second-level Dharma plane but had done things outside of his ability. He couldn't handle the Futian sword clan and couldn't anger the witch clan. These two forces could both kill him in the ancient barren world. So in his opinion, Yi Futian was an idiot. No one could refute him. Even though Yi Futian had displayed absolute brilliance, he still didn't think he said anything wrong. Yi Futian was an idiot. But now? Yi Futian had controlled the statue. Who could say that the Futian sword clan and witch clan could definitely kill him? Yi Futian's "you are not qualified to understand my world" was a slap to his face. Was Yi Futian an idiot or was he ignorant? Lu Qinyu and Gu Biyue were shocked, their hearts beating madly. Earlier, Xiao Wuji had quickly comprehended 3 statues consecutively and entered the statues to cultivate. They'd naturally thought that Xiao Wuji was better than Yi Futian. It was because Yi Futian had stayed longer in the area, but didn't reach Xiao Wuji's level. Now they finally understood why Yi Futian stayed in that area studying each statue. He'd already tried quietly to control the statues, doing something no one had ever done without anyone realizing. They doubted his talent, but he already had ideas. He'd struck the battle drums 16 times and then they exploded. He'd left a 9-inch image on the wall, breaking the record. He could control the statues. Yi Futian had completely defeated Xiao Wuji in the 3 relics. Earlier, everyone was still shaken by Xiao Wuji's talent and thought that no one could surpass him. But after such a short period, someone walked out and was even more brilliant. The battle drums had shattered. His record was for eternity. He could directly control the statues. Who could surpass that? This was a true record. An unbeatable record. Countless eyes stared at the giant body of flames, their hearts shaking. Had someone more talented than Xiao Wuji truly appeared? And it was someone who'd been overlooked all this time, humiliated by Tang Yi. It was so ironic. The statue was still facing Tang Yi. It uttered, "Do not use your scale to measure me. You do not qualify." Tang Ye's expression grew uglier. He couldn't refute it. The things he'd said earlier were truly based off of his own mindset and level. It shouldn't be a problem, but the man before him now was an outlier. Also, you said I had cut off my own path. Are you sure you can represent the college? Yi Futian continued. Tang Yi paled considerably. Yi Futian's words had gone straight into his gut. His talent had surpassed Tang Yi and even Xiao Wuji. At this time, could Tang Yi really represent the college? Obviously not. If Yi Futian's performance at the Mirror Mountain stone wall was as impressive as in these 3 relics, if he would beat Xiao Wuji's record again, all the top forces would fight for him. What did it matter if Tang Yi disliked him at that time? Could Tang Yi represent the college? He had no right to choose Yi Futian. At that time, Yi Futian would be the one choosing, just like Xiao Wuji. In addition to Tang Yi, Li Daoyun also looked aghast. Back then in the ancient Lulan relic, he'd been so arrogant. He'd been so powerful and looked down at Yi Futian. But now he saw the true Yi Futian. He definitely did not imagine that Yi Futian would be so powerful. None of the 4 strong cultivators at the Lulan relic had expected this. However, the other 3 forces only wanted to fight over the treasures and didn't have any deep rivalries. Li Daoyun, on the other hand, had taken Yi Wuqian's arm. With Yi Futian's talent, once he joined a top force, Li Daoyun would become his mortal enemy. Plus, Lu Qinyu had already sided with Yi Futian against him. He had pursued Lu Qinyu before. Even though she didn't answer him, there was still hope. Now when he wanted to fight Yi Futian, Lu Qinyu had walked up and was full of cold animosity. Looking at that beautiful face, he sighed inwardly. When he gazed at Yi Futian, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Let him come," Yi Futian said. Lu Qinyu and Lulan Shui glanced at the statue and moved aside. Li Daoyun's gaze shot towards the statue and stepped forward. With one step, he shot into the air and landed before Yi Futian. You told me you're waiting for me. So it seems that this is your confidence, Li Daoyun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't speak. The flame intent was to the extreme on the statue. In the lower ancient barren world, the Dharma plane is the limit, Li Daoyun said. Even if you can control the statue, your actual cultivation will only be the Dharma plane, but the power of the will isn't restricted. I have noble intent. I fought against a true noble in the ancient Lulan relic. I'd like to see what you can do with this statue. Enough, Yi Futian said. He understood what Li Daoyun was doing. There was a limit to the lower ancient barren world. No matter how powerful the statue was, it was the flame intent that was actually powerful. His statue's body could swallow the flame spiritual qi in the world, but would still be restricted to the Dharma plane. But wasn't it enough for him to be at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane? Li Daoyun stood atop his sword in the air. The sword qi filled the air. He was holding the ritual implement sword that he'd received in the Lulan relic. His sword started dancing and the skies changed. Powerful sword intent burst in his body. All the spiritual qi in the world converged, transforming into sword qi. Li Daoyun was very serious. His personality was wild, but seeing Yi Futian's talent, he didn't dare underestimate him. He used all his power. If he could, he would kill Yi Futian on the spot. He hadn't joined any force yet. If Yi Futian was killed, no one would be able to say anything. Various afterimages formed. Countless images of Li Daoyun appeared in the sword qi. It was like his Dharma's ability. The countless figures all wielded their swords at once and the sword qi strengthened. The windstorm was about to destroy everything. It seemed that only swords remained in that sky. Yi Futian's statue burst with horrible fire. It clenched its fists and its body burned furiously. It was like a furnace, able to melt the entire world. Li Daoyun finally moved. The countless afterimages moved together. At that moment there seemed to be rivers of swords in the sky, flowing to Yi Futian. Li Daoyun guided the sword river forward. He floated lightly like a cloud but left behind the fatal swords. Boom! In the sky horrible flames exploded, and wind blew through the sky. Countless flaming maple leaves appeared. They danced with the wind and swept towards Li Daoyun. With rustles the horrible flaming maple leaves glowed with golden light. Like inextinguishable fire, they burned away Li Daoyun's afterimages to nothing. In the distance the sky actually burned with golden fire. The world of fire created by the maple leaves engulfed the sword river, destroying it all. The statue's sorcery. Xiao Wuji's eyes flashed as he looked at the maple leaves. Many afterimages were burned, but one was able to slice apart the sky. The maple leaves all died away under his sword. That was the true Li Daoyun, fighting his way over to Yi Futian's statue. A swordsman's close combat ability was honestly terrifying. But just then Yi Futian closed his palms. The giant hands of his statues were extremely quick, as if predicting the path of Li Daoyun's sword. The statue's hands closed around the sword. You're gonna die, Li Daoyun uttered coldly. His sword was a ritual implement. How could Yi Futian capture it with his hands? Sword qi erupted, destroying everything. The furnace-like hands were about to shatter as well. His sword was the sharpest weapon in the world and it stabbed towards the statue. The palm crumbled bit by bit. At the same time, horrible fire crept onto Li Daoyun's arm. It kept going, about to seep into Li Daoyun's body. Break! Li Daoyun roared. The sword qi shattered the statue's arms and then angled up to the head. But almost simultaneously, his body suddenly lit up with countless fire prints. They were like holy fire and pain arrived. His body was about to burn up. His sword-wielding hand trembled and his arm shone with golden flames. His face paled. Instead of continuing the attack, he chose to retreat decisively. In this battle he would kill if he could. If he couldn't he would retreat. There was no reason to fight to the death. Give me an arm, Yi Futian said coldly. The statue's eyes were just like his own. Horrible fire intent shot out from those strange fiery pupils. Then Li Daoyun's arm seemed to set on fire. An ancient fire rune appeared. Ah! There was a horrible pained cry. The sword in Li Daoyun's hands fell shakily. He stared at his right arm. It was burning without stop. Chapter 204 arrived. Chapter 204. Arrived. The arm burned to nothing in the fire. Li Daoyun screamed endlessly. If it was a sword, It would only be an instant of pain, but his arm was burning down bit by bit. The pain was unimaginable. When the flame extinguished, Li Daoyun's sword intent went wild. His eyes were crazed. The people of the Futian sword clan all came up to him. Sword intent swept over, crushing towards Yi Futian. The spectators were all shocked, their hearts trembling. No wonder Yi Futian was reckless. After melding into the statue, he'd already possessed the top ability of the Dharma plane. Li Daoyun wasn't the strongest of the Futian sword clan, but he was still reputable. Only a few clan members of the same age could surpass him. His talent was undeniable, but he was forced to burn his arm. The statue's eyes seemed to be Yi Futian's. It glanced at Li Daoyun and said coldly, "You are so weak. How dare you act so manic?" Li Daoyun looked up. Sword intent shot out from his eyes. He glared at the figure before him. Back then in the Lulan relic, he'd been so domineering and would never have thought of this scene. The Futian sword clan's disciples went forward. Sword intent filled the sky. Yi Futian's gaze swept past everyone and he said coldly, "Li Daoyun damaged my brother's arm in the ancient barren world, so I took my revenge. If you want to kill me, then try. If you can't, don't blame me." As soon as he finished, terrifying fire spiritual chi converged on that arm. The statue's hands that had been chopped off by the sword aura were reborn, created by pure fire spiritual chi. Feeling the terrifying flame intent, the Futian sword clan all looked uncomfortable. Amongst those who had come, Li Daoyun was the strongest, but his arm was burned easily. The others were even weaker than Yi Futian. "Let's go," Li Daoyun uttered. He lifted the sword with his right and turned to leave. The other clansmen stared deeply at Yi Futian and then left with Li Daoyun. Li Daoqing looked the worse. He definitely never imagined that the one he called a slave would humiliate the Futian clan and burn his brother's arm. If Yi Futian chose to join a strong force, this revenge would be difficult. Seeing the Futian sword clan leave, Yi Futian returned to the statue. Then he walked out. Everyone looked at his handsome features and extraordinary temperament a bit differently now. Before, Yi Futian was an extremely talented but overconfident genius. Now he was a top genius equal to Xiao Wuji. After a few years, he would enter a higher plane and could compete with the top geniuses of all the top forces. No one spoke. Yi Futian had gone through Xiao Wuji's 3 main relics and had surpassed him in all. Now, only the Mirror Mountain stone wall remained. Everyone waited quietly. They wanted to see just how many noble figures Yi Futian could display at the wall. At this time, all the important figures of the various forces could witness his talent. However, after a while, they discovered that Yi Futian actually sat down before another figure and started cultivating. There was no sign of him going to the stone wall. Everyone had a strange expression. All of the people on the mountain were waiting for him to display his talent, but now he was cultivating? Gu Biue blinked and gaped at Yi Futian. Yu Sheng was embarrassed. This guy was doing it again. Even Yu Sheng couldn't stand it. He was too shameless. Everyone waited, but Yi Futian continued his cultivation as if he didn't know. Many grew impatient. This guy was breaking Xiao Wuji's record. Halfway through, only the stone wall, the most important part, was left, but he stopped to cultivate. What did this mean? What's going on? Lu Feiyang, prince of the Lu kingdom, asked his sister. Lu Qinyu's eyes flashed. "I don't know." With that, she glanced at Yi Wuchen in confusion. "Don't look at me," Yi Wuchen said, walking forward. "Just get used to it." The Lu siblings blanched. Lu Qinyu glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Now, she was wondering if Yi Wuchen's words from before were true. "Qinyu," Lu Feiyang whispered. "How is your relationship with them?" A strange look flashed past Lu Qinyu's eyes. "Actually, we've just met, but the impression is good." Thinking of the talent Yi Futian had displayed, she said, "But what you're thinking might be difficult. We can at least be friends." She naturally understood Lu Feiyang. He wanted to bring Yi Futian into the kingdom. With Yi Futian's current talent, even if he couldn't surpass Xiao Wuji on the stone wall, it would be enough if he could make 3 figures appear. It was highly possible he could make 4 appear. After that, he could choose any of the forces. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan and Tang Yi of the college had all looked down on him. But just as what Yi Futian had told Tang Yi, if he was talented enough, Hua Qingqi and Tang Yi wouldn't be able to represent the 2 forces. "Didn't you say one of them can become the princess's bride?" Lu Chenyu's servant muttered. Lu Feiyang gaped at his sister. Lu Cheney glared at her servant, making the girl retreat in fear. Don't overthink. Lu Chenyu stared at her brother. What was he thinking? I think we can consider it. Lu Feiyang laughed. Which one do you like? Lu Chenyu blushed and glared at Lu Feiyang. Won't you try the stone wall? Is it fun to make everyone wait for you? Xiao Wuji suddenly said. He'd been waiting for a long while now, but Yi Futian hadn't done anything. Yi Futian had beaten him on all 3 relic areas. He wanted to see just what Yi Futian could do at the stone wall. However, Yi Futian had started cultivating without showing any sign of wanting to go to the wall. Everyone gazed towards Yi Futian. They'd been asking this too. Yi Futian glanced over at Xiao Wuji a bit strangely. Did I tell you to wait? Xiao Wuji blanched. He stared at Yi Futian but couldn't reply. Many people looked between them. They all had an arrogant tone. The simple phrase felt like a challenge. But Yi Futian's actions were clearly obvious. How come his words were irrefutable? He really didn't make anyone wait. In fact, he didn't even say he was going to the Mirror Mountain stone wall. But after beating Xiao Wuji's records at the 3 relics, everyone thought he would naturally go to the stone wall. But now it seemed that Yi Futian didn't think that way. Did he not want to challenge Xiao Wuji? Or was he not confident enough to beat Xiao Wuji at the stone wall, so he wanted to cultivate and improve first? Let's go, Xiao Wuji said indifferently. He turned to leave. He had no interest in playing with Yi Futian. Tang Yi stared deeply at Yi Futian and left too. Everyone's eyes flashed. All geniuses were proud, and Xiao Wuji obviously didn't feel like being used to make Yi Futian look better in comparison. What right did Yi Futian have to make him wait? It seems that I've underestimated you. Are you interested in joining the Donghua clan? Hua Qingqi invited. Even if Yi Futian didn't pass the stonewall test, the talent he displayed was enough. I haven't thought about it, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Okay. Hua Qingqi nodded without saying more. Everyone thought that Yi Futian hadn't decided to choose a clan today. They started cultivating throughout the relic and stopped looking at Yi Futian. Some people left, but people from each force remained. As for Yi Futian's group, they cultivated without distractions. There were so many relics on the mountaintop. It was enough for them to cultivate for a while and improve themselves. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen were able to improve too. The days passed. Yi Futian's group improved bit by bit. Countless months later, they'd all risen in stage. Yi Wuchen had crossed into the 6th level Dharma plane. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had entered the 3rd level. The mountaintop was always busy during these days. People kept coming to see the legendary figures who endlessly broke records. You've studied all the relics here. Are you still not planning on going to the stone wall? Gu Biua asked Yi Futian now. What are you in a hurry for? Yi Futian asked, looking at her. The witch had been very obedient these past days and always stayed by his side. When people from the witch clan came, she would make them leave. I want to bring you into the witch clan, Gu Biua said, smiling. Her eyes were mesmerizing. What's so good about the witch clan? Yi Futian asked. Both the Donghua clan and college were better than the witch clan. In fact, even the Lu kingdom was more promising. Me. Gu Biua smiled gorgeously and said, if you join, I'll serve you forever. How about that? Yi Futian looked at her mesmerizing eyes and said indifferently, fulfill your duties as a servant and don't overthink. Beauty traps weren't effective on him. Gu Biua looked at him with resentment. She looked hurt and pitiful. At that time, a group came to the Mirror Mountain from the barren city. The people in the front weren't too powerful but had an extraordinary temperament. One of the girls especially covered her face, but everyone could tell from her aura and figure that she was definitely a beauty. There was a small smile in her eyes. She'd finally found information on that guy. He'd made such a big commotion in the barren city. Chapter 205 Lethality. Chapter 205 Lethality. This group of newcomers consisted of Hua Jieyu and others from the Kangyi Kingdom. After setting foot into the ancient barren world from the Hundred Lands, they had experienced quite a lot on their journey. Sometimes they asked around for information on Yi Futian, sometimes they cultivated. They had come across many relic sites on their way, and had managed to keep a low profile while becoming enlightened. After all, they were in a place like the ancient barren world, and though their group wasn't small, They couldn't be too confident when being compared to the prodigies from all over the Eastern Barren territory. However, Yi Futian was as high profile as ever, causing a commotion everywhere he went. He had even made quite a name for himself in a place like the heart of the ancient Barren world, the Barren City. Yi Futian sure is a remarkable fellow. Barren City is where all the powerful cultivators from the central district of the Eastern Barren territory are gathered, and he actually managed to stir up a storm on Mirror Mountain. His talents are wasted in a place like the Hundred Lands, Yi Danshan said as he smiled bitterly thinking of the information they acquired earlier. They knew Yi Futian was powerful but they had no idea he was this freakishly powerful. Jieyu, your worries have been for nothing. He's doing just fine. Yi Lingxi smiled. Hua Jieyu nodded her head lightly with smiling eyes. I heard he took in the witch as his servant, so of course, he's doing good. Everyone says she's extremely beautiful. She's just a servant. Don't think too much about it, Jieyu. Yi Lingxi felt something was off. Like Hua Jieyu had a deeper meaning behind her words. At this time Yi Danshan kept his mouth shut and silently prayed for Yi Futian. There's no helping him. Who told him to have so much fun out there? I'm not thinking too much, Hua Jieyu replied with a smile. Yi Lingxi's eyes flickered and she thought to herself, this is the best I can do. Yi Futian better wish for the best. The group continued forward, getting closer to Mirror Mountain. They could already faintly see the ancient mountain in the Barren City. Meanwhile, Yi Futian had absolutely no idea. He was still cultivating quietly with beautiful girls around him. Lulan Shui was also cultivating. Lin Yueyao would look over at him every now and then. And then there was the witch who stuck to him, flirting from time to time. Yi Futian was not tempted by her at all. A person as pure as Yi Futian would definitely not be thinking about other girls. Although he did enjoy the special treatment. After all, it was part of her job as his servant. At the top of Mirror Mountain, many people would turn their attention over to Yi Futian occasionally. It had been days and still nothing from him. Was he really not planning on heading over to the mountain's stone wall to show off his powers? What on earth could be going on inside this guy's head? Presently, there were disciples of many top powers who had decided to stay and cultivate with him. All of them were inwardly cursing Yi Futian for being a jerk. Just then a figure arrived beside Yi Futian. It was Lulan Shui. Gu Biyue looked at the silver-haired ice beauty. She already knew that she was the virgin of ancient Lulan. Despite her identity, Lulan Shui was still willing to follow beside Yi Futian. Do you need something? Yi Futian asked when he noticed the girl next to him. Lulan Shui nodded. I've been observing that water elemental statue over there for the past days, but can never manage to control it. How did you do it? Yi Futian was surprised by her question. How eager to learn. If it's an inconvenience to you then forget it, said Lulan Shui. Have you tried to guide and control the will within? Asked Yi Futian. What he was talking about was not an easy task. Aside from himself, there may not have been anyone else in the ancient barren world who could do so. Lulan Shui looked stunned. Of course she had tried, but how was it actually possible? The will contained within every statue was incredibly powerful. They were all pure noble wills. Although she had also acquired noble will through enlightenment, to suppress and even control the statue's own will was close to impossible. You can control the statue's will? Gu Biyue walked closer to join their conversation. Aren't you being a little nosy? Glared Yi Futian. This servant was such a headache. Can't you learn to be nicer to women? Asked Gu Biyue, looking oh so pitiful. She made it look as if she had been wronged, but Yi Futian simply ignored her. He was used to her antics. Just then, a group of people made their way up the steps of Mirror Mountain. They immediately attracted tons of attention. The ones in the front of the group had a special aura around them. Could they be from a great power? Over there, a young man in the front of the group said after his attention fell on a certain location. The entire group turned in that direction. Yi Futian's direction. Right now, Yi Futian had two beautiful girls on either side of him. Lulan Shui was cold like ice and the witch, Gu Biyue, was passionate and warm. Two completely different auras but both equally beautiful. Yi Futian had yet to see the situation on the stairs. There were always people coming up Mirror Mountain. He did not pay it any attention. Yi Lingxi noticed the scene ahead and a look crossed her face. She snuck a peek at the veiled female beside her. Trouble's coming, thought Yi Danshan as he prayed for Yi Futian. Big trouble. Hua Jieyu lifted her feet and headed toward Yi Futian. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi exchanged glances and scurried after her. Seeing that the group was headed in Yi Futian's direction, many people went into discussion. Had they come for Yi Futian? The female leading the group had a veil hiding her face. Her eyes were beautiful and her body was curvaceous. Could they have been sent by some great power to recruit Yi Futian? Yu Shang's eyes drifted in their direction and noticed the group. He saw Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi, then Hua Jieyu. He took huge steps to arrive next to Yi Futian and stood. He cleared his throat. Yi Futian looked over at Yu Shang and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Shang tried to send him a signal through his eyes. Yi Futian looked confused. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Who could have arrived to make him act like this? What was the big deal? His eyes drifted over slowly and finally saw the group coming their way. He shivered and then jumped up in surprise. On the inside, he was cursing at Yu Shang. That jerk. Couldn't he have given him a heads up? He then turned to Lulan Shui and the witch, Gu Biyue. They were still standing next to him. He was screwed. Was this really his fault though? It was purely a coincidence. The witch was a smart girl, so she picked up on Yi Futian and Yu Shang's odd reactions immediately. Something was up. If these were people from some great power, there was no way Yi Futian would react like this. He had actually jumped. Really quickly too. Everyone thought that this was abnormal. Who were these people? Whether it had been Xiao Wuji or Tang Yi of the college, the arrogant Yi Futian never cared. He even burned one of Li Daoyun's arms. What kind of person would scare him so much that he would jump up in the air like that? Hua Jiyu finally stopped at a spot not too far from Yi Futian. Her beautiful eyes glanced over at Lulan Shui and Gu Biyue. There seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her eyes, which then landed on Yi Futian. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi stood behind Hua Jieyu. They stood quietly and looked over at Yi Futian. They thought, "We can't help you now." The way Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu was like a criminal waiting for judgment. However, he stopped and thought a little more. It didn't seem like he had done anything wrong. Shouldn't he be happy to see Fox again? Why was he feeling guilty? "What brings you here?" Yi Futian asked in a gentle tone and a smile after giving the situation some thought. She had traveled so far to enter the ancient barren world and stand here in front of him. Could not have been easy. Hua Jieyu continued to stare at him without a word. Yi Futian immediately felt guilty again. "Sis-in-law, this is a misunderstanding. They were the ones who wanted to follow Futian," said Yu Shang. Everyone at the top of the mountain was silent. They finally understood why the atmosphere had gotten so weird. So this was why. Caught red-handed. Many people looked happy to see Yi Futian like this. Wasn't he an arrogant guy? So even knows what fear is. But what did Yu Shang mean? They wanted to follow Yi Futian? He was completely throwing Lulan Shui and Gu Biyue under the bus. Who would have thought the witch of the Witch clan would end up in such a sad situation? To throw herself at a man. Both Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui had strange looks in their eyes. Back in ancient Lulan, Lulan Shui's mother had tried to give Yi Futian her hand in marriage, and he said there was someone he was in love with. Was this her? Lin Yueyao was standing in the back, so she was okay. But Yu Shang's words had her feeling like a mess. He didn't count her into the equation, did he? So pitiful. "So you already have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me?" Right at that moment, the witch, Gu Biyue, opened her mouth. She looked at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes, making her look like an innocent young girl who had been deceived. Hearing Gu Biyue's words, Yi Futian really had the urge to punch her. Everyone around was already praying for Yi Futian. A beauty like Gu Biyue had revealed such an expression. It had everyone wrapped around her finger. They couldn't withstand her charm. How was Yi Futian going to explain himself? Hua Jieyu glanced at Gu Biyue, and then lifted her hand to remove the veil, revealing the perfection that was her face. As soon as everyone saw that face, they were dazed. Beautiful. Unspeakable beauty. A priceless jade with no flaws. Around Yi Futian, whether it was Gu Biyue or Lulan Shui, even Lin Yueyao, were all top-level beauties. But the moment Hua Jieyu unveiled her face, she became the one and only female lead. After seeing that face, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian with envy. Not only did he have all these beautiful girls around him, He had a girl whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation waiting for him back home. What a monster! Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui were also dazed. Was this the reason why it never worked to use their beauty against him? Hua Jiu's eyes looked so delicate. She looked at Yi Futian and stepped toward him. Arriving by his side, she continued to look him in the eyes. There was no storm like everyone had anticipated. She spoke to him with a soft, gentle voice. I missed you. This one sentence trumped all the words in the world. Her voice was so gentle, it could break the hearts of all men. She was plucking at everyone's heartstrings. Hearing her gentle voice and seeing those love-filled eyes so close, Yi Futian's heart had already melted. He actually began to feel ashamed, despite not doing anything bad. I missed you. This simple phrase was more lethal than all the words in the world. Chapter 206, Murderous Intent of the Royal Xian Temple. Chapter 206, Murderous Intent of the Royal Xian Temple. At the mountaintop, countless eyes looked to that horribly beautiful figure. That gentle voice even softened their hearts. How could Yi Futian get with other girls when he had someone like her? Everyone looked at Yi Futian in jealousy and envy. But seeing Yi Futian's handsome face and his talent, they actually seemed to fit each other. It was as if they were born to be together. When Lulan Shui saw this, she lowered her head slightly. Her mother had said that the feelings would develop over time. Men were disloyal and she was so amazing. Yi Futian would quickly forget about the girl he loved. She didn't think anything at the time but vaguely felt that her mother was right. But now Lulan Shui realized her mother was wrong. The girl that he loved was much, much better than her mother had imagined. No wonder he refused no matter how she forced him to marry Lulan Shui. Behind Hua Jiu, Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan exchanged glances. The scene they'd imagined didn't happen. Instead, Hua Jiu's gentle voice melted everyone. Yi Lingxi smiled faintly. Perhaps only someone like Hua Jiu could control Yi Futian. Yi Futian gazed at the pretty eyes right before him. His heart had melted. Reaching out, he cupped Hua Jiu's face in his hands. I missed you too. He was speaking the truth. He prepared to finish everything before the end of the year and return to Kangyi, but didn't expect that Jiu would take the risk and come to find him in the ancient barren world. Hua Jiu smiled sweetly and glowed brilliantly. She looked to the side at Gu Biyue and Lulan Shui. Then she lowered her head as if feeling bad. Did I do something wrong? She raised her head slowly and gazed imploringly. No. Yi Futian felt tenderness from the bottom of his heart at Hua Jiu's appearance. Oh. Hua Jiu seemed to get over it. Smiling brightly, she said, then tell me whatever you want to do and I'll agree. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Gu Biyue. She's Gu Biyue. She lost to me in a challenge and agreed to be my servant, but she's not obedient. Don't mind what she just said. She did it on purpose. Oh, you don't have to explain. I trust you, Hua Jiu said gently. Gu Biyue looked at Hua Jiu. She suddenly understood why her beauty trap always failed. It wasn't that she wasn't attractive enough, but that someone else was too foxy. You're not needed anymore. Forget about the challenge. You may leave, Yi Futian said to her. Gu Biyue looked at him pitifully. You're going to abandon me just like this? Get out. Yi Futian's face darkened. Was she causing trouble purposefully? Gu Biyue smirked and said to him, fine. You win. Then she walked away, but not before glancing at Hua Jiu. I met Lulan Shui at Lulan City. We partnered up while in the Relic. I met Lin Yueyao long ago at the Qianming City and trained together in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian explained everything honestly. Okay. Hua Jiu smiled gently and said, I heard that there are a lot of noble relics here. I saw many on the road these days and improved a bit. Teach me. All right. Yi Futian nodded and said, these statues contain intent of various elements. Each one represents a different element. Do you have noble fate yet? If not, we can go somewhere else to take it. Almost. I went through the noble grotto in the Qianming area. I heard you three caused quite a stir there. Hua Jiu grinned. Did you go onto the corridor? Yi Futian asked. Yeah. Hua Jiu nodded. My fox is so talented. Yi Futian chuckled. Let's go somewhere else to get the fate and then return here. Whatever you say, Hua Jiu replied. They held hands and walked away to cultivate at another relic. Everyone stared at them speechless. Were they in their own world? Yu Shang looked at all of them. He was quite calm since he was used to it. Lu Qinyu had an odd look. Was this one thing against another? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu really went to cultivate somewhere. Yi Futian guided and helped Hua Jieyu comprehend. Gu Biyue and Lin Yueyao watched this with resentment. The difference was so big. No one had ever been treated like this before. Did he see us? Yi Danshan asked Yi Lingxi. Of course, Yi Lingxi said, chuckling. But he doesn't have time to talk to us. Yi Danshan was annoyed. They'd come so far. It wasn't easy. But then he was overlooked. Yi Futian didn't even greet them. Yi Danshan was so sad. Ugh, let's go cultivate too. There are many relics here, he said, sighing. He couldn't expect to be treated like Hua Jieyu. He could only cultivate alone. Many people had been watching Yi Futian cultivate alone and waited quietly. In the following days, they started watching him cultivate with Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu's life spirit had evolved and become stronger with the Imperial Advisor's help. Her talent had upgraded as well. As a full attribute mandate sorcerer that focused on spiritual sorcery, she could comprehend all sorts of relics. With Yi Futian's help, she quickly created noble fate. Of course, this was because she also accumulated much fate before. But to Yi Futian this wasn't enough. He continued to help Hua Jieyu, bringing her to various statues. She could comprehend all types of intent and improved every day. In addition, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and everyone else were all improving and getting stronger. Time continued to pass by. The commotion created by Yi Futian and Xiao Wuji gradually calmed down. Fewer and fewer people mentioned it. Yi Futian was busy with his girlfriend and didn't think about the Mirror Mountain stone wall. When did he plan on choosing a clan? The majestic royal Xian temple in the Eastern Barren territory seemed to be in the clouds. At the moment, a young man stood at the edge of a pavilion with his hands behind his back. He watched the rolling clouds. One could see far if one stood up high. Standing in the royal Xian temple and looking down, one's heart would feel more open. One would feel mighty. Junlin, what are you doing? A gentle voice said. The young man looked over and saw a beautiful girl walk towards him. She looked at the man gently. Thinking of something, the man said, "You've just come out of seclusion and broke into a new plane. What is there to be worried about?" The girl smiled tenderly. The young man was Luo Junlin, crown prince of the Nandu nation. After coming to cultivate at the royal Xian temple, he grew uninterested in his position as prince. Even though the position belonged to him and everyone in Nandu knew, he could give it away. The outside world was so incredible. In this mighty era, all forces in the Eastern Barren territory were fighting each other. Talents were everywhere. Being the emperor didn't satisfy him anymore. As an emperor, he would be in a high position and could do whatever he wanted. However, it was meaningless to enjoy that authority and glory. He didn't want it. Now he'd already entered the Arcana plane and would soon enter the Noble plane. The Nandu nation was nothing to him. Luo Junlin embraced the girl while still looking at the sea of clouds. He murmured, "I wish to return at the end of the year. I can't be assured unless some things are taken care of." "Is it still that matter?" The girl gazed at him and said, "What about someone in the glory plane can worry you? Just kill him. He's quite talented. Now that the ancient barren world is open, he may possibly cultivate and snatch the noble fate. He'll be taken in by some top force," Luo Junlin said. This was why he came to the royal Xian temple. No matter how talented he is, you don't have to worry even if he's lucky to enter a top force. The girl smiled. "If you really are worried, I can ask my father to let me bring some men with me on a trip. How can a small country's emperor stop me? Don't disturb him because of my personal matters." "I'll go back myself this time," Luo Junlin said. "Then I'll tell my father that I'll go with and have a senior go too." "We can help you," she said gently. "Will master agree?" Luo Junlin was unsure. "Father loves you. He'll definitely agree. When you enter the noble plane, we'll be married. I'll go see your family this time. Father won't refuse." The girl grinned and Luo Junlin nodded. "Thank you, but if he doesn't agree, then just forget it." "He won't." The girl leaned into Luo Junlin's arms. He continued staring at the clouds, sharpness flashing past his eyes. He thought of the arrogant figures at the Tingfeng banquet. How were they now? Were they in the ancient barren world now? With their talents they could become powerful after cultivating a bit more. Sadly, they wouldn't have the chance to mature. This time, he would end this matter before anything could happen. He would kill the threat before it could be born. Ever since he entered the royal Xian temple, he moved forward furiously. He cultivated madly and even won over his master's daughter. There were too many powerful cultivators at the royal Xian temple. If he wanted to climb higher than the others, he must work harder. After countless months of secluded cultivation, he'd entered the Arcana plane. He was one step closer to becoming a noble. Chapter 207 In the Name of Kangyi. Chapter 207. In the name of Kangyi, it was only natural that Yi Futian had no clue about Luo Junlin's murderous intent all the way at the royal Xian temple. But then again, taking care of him was the main reason why Yi Futian wanted to join a powerful force in the ancient barren world. Having Luo Junlin in the royal Xian palace was a threat, after all. Especially to the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Futian owed Emperor Yi so much, he would not allow the kingdom to fall into danger. On the top of Mirror Mountain were many relics. These past days were spent accompanying Hua Jieyu, with Yi Futian guiding her enlightenment by the relic statues. Her fate strengthened tremendously. Then again, she was highly gifted to begin with. She was also a full attribute sorcerer and could comprehend all the different elemental statues. Otherwise, she would not have had any improvements even with Yi Futian helping her. During these past days, more people had left. They could not keep waiting. They thought Yi Futian would probably do what Xiao Wuji did and make an announcement before choosing a force. That way, at least the different powers could prepare and head for Mirror Mountain. Presently, things were quiet on the mountain. The wind blew and the sunlight was warm. Many people cultivated by themselves. Just then, a figure headed for the stone wall quietly. Someone noticed the figure and widened their eyes in surprise. It's him? Did he want to try the Mirror Mountain stone wall again? Lu Chenyu had a glint in her eyes as they followed the figure. It was Yi Wuchen. Others had not taken notice, but just a while ago, she saw Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen speaking. And right after that, Yi Wuchen headed for the stone wall. What did it mean? Lu Chenyu's eyes were trained in the direction of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. She watched as Yi Wuchen sat down on the ground in front of the wall and released his fate. Why does his sword will feel so different from that of others? So terrifying. At this point, everyone was dazed by Yi Wuchen as the area around his released fate seemingly filled with a force of formless swords, giving off a dangerous feel. Yi Futian was not surprised by this. Yi Wuchen was not only a swordsman, he was also a spiritual sorcerer. His life spirit was a small silver sword. A natural-born swordsman. Cultivating with comprehended will was associated with the element of spirit. Yi Wuchen was enlightened with sword will, and was able to combine his will, fate and spiritual energy. The noble will which he possessed was different from that of others. It was more powerful. Even his formless spiritual sword intent had extreme attack powers. If his opponent did not have noble will, Yi Wuchen would easily be able to destroy them even if they were in higher levels. Although Yi Wuchen only had mid-level noble will, he was definitely no weaker than a cultivator with upper-level noble will. After Yi Wuchen acquired the fate of the noble from his ritual implement, he also absorbed the fates of multiple powerful cultivators from the Futian sword clan. Right now, the Mirror Mountain stone wall looked almost transparent once again. A formless force encapsulated Yi Wuchen's body. Gradually, more and more people took notice and turned their attention to him. Yi Wuchen was going to challenge the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi were also looking over. This cousin of theirs had been cultivating alongside Yi Futian in the ancient barren world, and they had no idea what level he was at now. Slowly, one noble figure appeared on the stone wall. Nobody was surprised by this. When Yi Wuchen had come in front of the stone wall months ago, two noble figures had already appeared. And then, just as everyone expected, the second noble figure appeared. Can he challenge three? Everyone's eyes sparkled as they watched on. Lu Chenyu's eyes were glued in Yi Wuchen's direction, full of anticipation. Although it seemed like the chances for a third figure to appear were slim, Yi Wuchen had already improved greatly since his last attempt. He was in a higher level of cultivation, so it would not be completely impossible. The force field remained over Yi Wuchen. The stone wall released a bright shining light. There was a faint figure of another noble which caused all spectators to become extremely nervous. Their eyes were stuck on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. A crazy force of will erupted from Wuxian and filled the entire area with sword qi. The figure on the wall became clearer and clearer until it was completely opaque, so real that it was as if the figure was imprinted on the stone wall. The third noble figure had appeared. So powerful. The onlookers stared at Wuxian. Everyone had previously focused solely on Futian, and seemed to have neglected those around him. This one-armed swordsman was terrifyingly gifted. In the ancient barren world, only those who were freakishly powerful had been able to make 4 noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. However, there were also very few people who were able to make 3 figures appear, so to do so was already an impressive feat, and now Wuxian had done it. An invisible force was emitted from the wall and entered into Wuxian. He remained unmoved, still wanting to challenge the 4th noble figure. As all the spectators focused on the wall, the faint image of the 4th figure came and went. Finally, Wuxian sighed when that faint image of the noble figure never showed itself completely. But that did not change the looks of amazement people had when they looked at Wuxian. "Chenyu, it seems like you two have a pretty good relationship," Lu Feiyang teased his sister beside him. "Don't think too much of it." Lu Chenyu did not feel like humoring her brother. He just made it to the 6th level Dharma plane. "There's still so much potential," said Lu Fengyang. "Plus, his looks and the aura around him are also outstanding." Lu Chenyu was speechless. Were there really older brothers like him? What was the meaning behind his words? The light still shone on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Wuxian stood there looking at it. A little while later, he spoke. "The Hundred Lands, Kangyi Kingdom, Wuxian." After introducing himself, he turned and left the stone wall. The Kangyi Kingdom, Wuxian. Everyone committed this information to memory. He actually came from that place on the border of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Hundred Lands was a place that people from the Eastern Barren Territory did not head for often. It was too out of the way for them. What was Wuxian's purpose for making his information known? Those from great power stepped forward, seeming to want to extend an invitation to Wuxian. But just then they saw Futian and Hua Jieyu walk toward the stone wall. "Go," Futian said softly. Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped in front of the wall. By this time, everyone was already looking over at her. Deep down, they felt as if the thing they had long anticipated was about to come true. In front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Hua Jieyu released her fate. Noble fate of all elements rushed out and climbed high into the sky. Hearts pounded and everyone looked dumbstruck at the scene ahead. The multi-elemental noble fate that radiated off of Hua Jieyu's beautiful figure was upper-level fate. The witch, Gu Biue, never left Mirror Mountain. Also watching Hua Jieyu was Lulan Shui. This was when both females realized that Hua Jieyu's beauty was not the only reason Futian was wrapped around her fingers. This powerful female was the reason Futian never paid other women any attention. Lin Yueyao was dazed. Was the gap between her and Hua Jieyu really that big? If that jerk Futian would have helped her like he did with Hua Jieyu, Lin Yueyao could very likely have acquired noble fate already. Very quickly, the first noble figure appeared. Then the second. Everyone could feel the heavy pounding of their hearts. They felt it deep down. Something big was about to happen. Hurry and notified the people of the clan. Ordered someone from a great power. Many of his fellow clan members scurried. Their status was not enough to persuade Futian and the others to join their clan. "It's too late," said someone else. Nobody expected Futian's group to make their move so suddenly. There was no hint, and they definitely did not give out a specific time beforehand as Xiao Wuji did. The Mirror Mountain stone wall glowed with a bright light. The light grew brighter and brighter until the third noble appeared, sending a shiver down everyone's back. Another genius cultivator who was able to make 3 nobles appear. She also possessed upper-level fate. On top of that, she also seemed to be a full attribute sorcerer. Hua Jieyu challenged a 4th figure, but just like Wuxian, she failed in the end. Looking up at the stone wall, she spoke softly. "Kangyi Kingdom, Hua Jieyu." Another one from the Kangyi Kingdom. Everyone was shocked. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi felt a squeeze in their hearts. The siblings exchanged a glance filled with shock. They shared a realization: the Kangyi Kingdom was about to become famous. Hua Jieyu returned beside Yi Futian and was met with a bright smile. Then Yu Shang stepped out from Yi Futian's side. He also stopped in front of the stone wall. Do they plan to keep going? Spectators had their gazes frozen on the large figure. Yu Shang released his fate. The will of strength, metal and wind were released. All of the noble level. Another person with upper-level fate. The people were now desensitized to this. Both Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu were only in the third-level noble plane, but were both in possession of upper-level noble fate. When had it become so easy to acquire noble fate? The mirror mountain stone wall glowed again, its light blanketing over Yu Shang. Mere moments later, the first noble figure appeared. Will he also make 3 figures appear? Everyone's thoughts were running wild. Was there going to be 4 freakishly powerful people from one batch of visitors who were able to make 3 noble figures appear? Not too long after, a second figure appeared. Bystanders took a deep breath. He should have no problem with a third figure. Just as they expected, a third figure appeared on the mirror mountain stone wall a while after. Yu Shang basked in the strong bright light emitted off the wall. What's going on today? All the people on the mountaintop were rendered speechless. Gu Biyue's eyes sparkled in amazement while Lu Qinyu's heart pounded loudly. This whole group of people was freakishly gifted. On the stone wall, the faint image of the fourth figure flickered. But nobody cared too much this time around, seeing that Yi Wuqian and Hua Jieyu had been able to do the same before, and had both ended in failure. It was most likely going to end the same for this person. Even so, everything these 3 people had accomplished had already shocked everyone around. Slowly, the fourth noble figure's image became clearer. The flickering of the image became shorter, seemingly stabilizing. "Look!" shouted a spectator. "This is not possible." Everyone stared at the stone wall. The image of the fourth figure was becoming more and more opaque. And just like that, in front of their very eyes, the fourth noble figure appeared, imprinted on the stone wall. Many people were extremely surprised. Making 4 noble figures appear on the mirror mountain stone wall was something only top-level geniuses could do. And now Yu Shang had also accomplished this. Furthermore, he was only at the 3rd-level Dharma plane. "Kangyi Kingdom Yu Shang," he shouted loudly. Everyone jumped at his volume. "Kangyi Kingdom Yi Wuqian. Kangyi Kingdom Hua Jieyu. Kangyi Kingdom Yu Shang. In the name of Kangyi." Chapter 208 Waves. Chapter 208. Waves with Yu Shang's roar. Everyone's heart shuddered too. What exactly was the Kangyi Kingdom like? The top 3 prides had tested their talents at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They were all extremely brilliant, equal to the top figures of the Eastern Barren territory. Yu Shang especially had made 4 noble figures appear. Xiao Wuji had stopped at that point. His was a record, and Yu Shang had tied with him as a 3rd-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Wuqian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Shang were all from the Kangyi Kingdom, then what about Yi Futian? The 100 Lands was a barbaric land, but how did such a small country nurture such talented people? Were they doing this for the name and dignity of the Kangyi Kingdom? At that time, countless eyes looked somewhere, obviously in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Wuqian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Shang had all displayed their talents. Now the one they'd all been waiting for should go now. Yu Shang walked over. He stood to the side and also looked at Yi Futian. Under everyone's scrutiny, he stepped forward and walked to the stone wall. This guy. Countless eyes stared at him. After waiting for so long, was he finally going to do it? Since Yu Shang could make 4 noble figures appear, he must be able to do it too. Yi Futian made his way to the stone wall. Facing it, he released his fate. At that moment, dazzling noble fates of all elements rose up. They wove together beautifully. He's full attribute. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Yi Futian surpassed Xiao Wuji in aspect of fate. All that remained was the test of the stone wall. If he could tie with Xiao Wuji's record and make 4 noble figures appear, and judging from his full attribute talent and his other performance at the mountaintop, he could surpass Xiao Wuji. That moment, everyone felt that they were witnessing the birth of another top talent of the ancient barren world. Yi Futian's fate charged into the stone wall. The wall flashed instantly. Like a mirror, it enveloped Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian felt his mind enter the wall. It was a void like inside the mirror mountain stone wall. A terrible will pressed down on him. It was noble intent. Then it transformed into a figure and came down on Yi Futian. But Yi Futian's own will was so powerful now. Fiery noble intent burst forth and danced, branding onto the noble intent, destroying it. A noble figure instantly appeared on the stone wall. So fast, the people muttered, seeing the figure that appeared instantaneously. He was too fast. The first noble figure seemed to pose no threat to him. In the void, the second noble figure appeared. It was made from pure flame intent and burned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure, also created by intent, was extremely cold. Icy intent was released, sealing everything. The flame intent was covered by frost. Then thunder intent exploded and destroyed everything. The flame intent disappeared. On the stone wall, a second noble figure appeared. Many advanced cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory could do that. But the third noble figure was a huge challenge. Many were defeated here. Those that could succeed were all the top figures of each force. The third noble figure appeared before Yi Futian. It was created by flame intent and was very pure. It felt like the emperor noble he'd met at the Lulan relic. Yi Futian had to use his emperor's intent to defeat him. Yi Wuxian had lost to the third figure on his first try. This figure was covered in horrible fire that flowed across him like lava. He was like a demon ruling over hellfire. He walked towards Yi Futian's intent. The powerful heat rushed over to burn Yi Futian to nothing. His will transformed into a furnace. It also bathed in endless fire and seemed to shine like a sun. He was like a sun god. Ancient runes of fire flashed around him like godly flames. The limit of noble fire intent? He wanted to see if his own could defeat the extreme. The two flame bodies walked towards each other with shocking firelight. The body of the demon king and the body of the sun furnace crashed. Fire flowed wildly. At that moment, Yi Futian understood something. The first intent he'd released after entering was flame intent, so the flame intent here grew stronger. Now such a terrifying king appeared. It contained noble-level flame techniques and clashed against his intent. No wonder Yi Wuxian had been defeated the first time. The second time, he'd clearly surpassed his limits with his sword, and made the third figure appear on the stone wall. Since Yi Wuxian could do it, Yi Futian wouldn't use his emperor's intent either. He used his own abilities to battle against the flame intent. He didn't even use other elements. He knew that having noble intents of various elements would give him an advantage here. Various flame runes gradually appeared on the Demon King. They stacked atop each other and glowed faintly. They gradually began burning on his body and grew even brighter. They were dazzling. Gradually the entire Demon King burned. The huge body transformed into 3 ancient runes. Finally, it turned into formless power and rushed into Yi Futian's body. That moment, the third figure appeared on the stone wall outside. At the same time, the formless power surged into his body. Starting from the third figure, he could gain something from each one that appeared. It's the third one. Countless eyes stared at the one standing before the stone wall. With only one more figure, he'd be tied with Xiao Wuji, the record holder. That step was difficult, but once he did so, everything would be different. Yu Sheng had done so, but he wasn't more brilliant than Xiao Wuji before. Thus, the people just thought that Yu Sheng was talented but wasn't as powerful as Xiao Wuji. However, they'd all seen Yi Futian's performance at the other 3 relics. If he could tie with Xiao Wuji's record here, it would mean something more. At this moment, another figure transformed by intent appeared before Yi Futian in the void. It shattered immediately, and then various flame figures appeared around him. Each one contained extreme noble intent. Yi Futian trembled inwardly. No wonder so many prides were stuck here, unable to go on. If he could succeed, he could be the best of the best. These figures attacked directly at once. In an instant, the entire world turned into a world of fire. It destroyed everything and drowned the void. Yi Futian saw this and felt his will drown into nothingness. Yi Futian looked up. His eyes flashed sharply, and in an instant, a strong ice seal bloomed. It turned everything into a world of ice and fought against the fire. The terrifying fire broke apart the ice and continued towards Yi Futian. A cold moon appeared behind Yi Futian. It emanated shocking eerie coldness. All fire in its path was extinguished. A horrible icy storm was swept up. Everything froze where the moon shone down on. But the fire nobles were so terrifying. The fire transformed into rivers of lava that flowed on the ice, continuing to sweep towards Yi Futian. More terrifying flame figures charged into the ice world, slapping down on Yi Futian with palms of fire. Boom! Yi Futian strode through the world of ice. A staff of ice and snow appeared in his hands. It shone with gold light. Not only did it contain ice intent, it also had the strength of metal and earth. He waved his hands and the staff twirled. It created a windstorm that swept through. He stepped forward. Like a demon ape, he swept his staff and instantly shattered the noble intent, destroying it. An even more terrifying power burst from him. He charged forward, waving his staff. The 9 heavenly attacks swept past everything, continuing to strengthen. Booms sounded endlessly. Soon, the flame figures all shattered and finally turned into nothing. The world returned to peace. Another gust of formless power surged into Yi Futian from the stone wall, as if giving him some benefits. At the same time, a 4th noble figure flickered onto the stone wall. The 4th figure appeared. At that moment, countless hearts shuddered. Yi Futian had done it. With his full attribute talent, he'd made 4 noble figures appear on the stone wall, and he'd surpassed Xiao Wuji in 3 areas. Another future top figure of the Eastern Barren Territory was born in the ancient barren world. Is it too late? People from the top forces trembled inwardly. They didn't have people from their clan here. Yi Futian had acted suddenly and no one was prepared. Could they make Yi Futian choose them now? What they didn't know was that some noble figures from each top force were also watching this, feeling shaken. What was with today? For strong cultivators had come to the Mirror Mountain stone wall today, one after another. 2 had made 3 noble figures appear. 2 had made 4. They'd all come from the Kangi Kingdom. At this moment, everyone in the top level was asking what was with these people from the Kangi Kingdom. They were wondering, can they join us? Chapter 209. What are you looking at? Chapter 209. What are you looking at? Everything would have been fine if 1 genius showed up at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, but now there were 4. It was pretty hard for something like this to go unnoticed by seniors in the noble plane. Furthermore, all of these people had come from the same place, the Kangi Kingdom. Based on the gifts they displayed, it would be difficult to find 4 people like them even in the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make 4 noble figures appear of the stone wall. Not to mention, 2 people who were able to do so appeared at the same time. The seniors had already prepared to send people into the ancient barren world with invitations to join their own clans. Of course, the people at the Mirror Mountain stone wall had no idea of this. What they did know was that these 4 people would the talk of the town for quite a while after what happened today. Many of the great powers in the Eastern Barren Territory will know of their existence. And also the name of the Kangi Kingdom. He's still going. Just then, the people noticed that Yi Futian remained in his spot in front of the stone wall. Just like Xiao Wuji, Yi Futian was going to keep trying even after the appearance of the 4th noble figure. But this was a record that no one had ever broken, not even Yi Futian was likely to do so. All throughout history, the Mirror Mountain stone wall was a place to test the gifts of cultivators. All the geniuses from great powers in the Eastern Barren Territory had come here, and even the top-level geniuses were only ever able to make 4 figures appear of this stone wall. No one had ever reached 5. Supposedly, one of these top-level geniuses had said that it was impossible because they were still only in the Dharma plane. They had yet to truly enter the noble plane. Even Xiao Wuji had said that day after he gave it a try that he was afraid the 5th noble figure may never appear. For someone like him to think so, it was obviously an extremely difficult task to accomplish. Perhaps this was a record that would truly never be broken. Just then, another figure formed by Will appeared in front of Yi Futian at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Standing there, the figure looked like a majestic king and strong energy radiated off from head to toe. Yi Futian could feel a threatening force from him. A very strong threat. All that anyone could see following that was the release of a terrifying force of will from Yi Futian. With a long rod in his hand, he looked as if he could wipe out the heavens. He made his way forward 1 step at a time. His aura was strong. Yi Futian struck out with his rod with enough power to split the skies. The figure exploded with a ferocious force of will power. A blinding ray of golden light radiated from him and formed in golden rings of light. The rings then gathered to form an enormous ancient bell. A loud noise rang throughout the air. The ancient bell cracked but had not been split open completely. It was obvious that this golden bell was another powerful defense spell. After this strike, the powerful noble figure reached out one hand. This hand kept extending until it was outside of the ancient bell, and morphed into a long vine that unraveled at Futian wildly. Futian backed up quickly. However, his opponent moved as fluid as the wind and as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The vines wanted to take over Futian's body. Are they formed by absolute noble will of all elements? Futian thought to himself. He finally understood why Xiao Wuji failed at the fifth figure, and why no one had ever broken the record of 4 noble figures. After all, those in the Dharma plane were not true nobles. When encountering anything formed by an absolute noble will of all elements, it was almost impossible to challenge its power. If so, then 5 noble figures could be the limit. It was entirely possible that 5 noble figures was the maximum at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Futian also had the wind of will around his body. He could move around very quickly. At the same time, in the skies behind him, the sun and the moon hung high. The flames and the ice alternated. A terrifying force of flame was released, forming ancient characters that floated in the air. A golden divine flame attacked and met the incoming vines, burning them to a crisp. Futian's opponent was formed from full attributed noble will, and he was the same. The moonlight shined down and cooled the temperature down to the point of freezing. Wanted to seal the approaching figure in ice. The cold and the heat alternated. The flames and the ice were like yin and yang, working together to strangle the opponent. Boom! The figure took a step forward. A frightening force of spiritual will exploded and a terrifying force could be felt pushing down onto Futian. All he knew was that his body felt extremely heavy. Above the figure, there seemed to be a flow of water. The running sounds of the water were endless. The powerful spell that Futian targeted at the figure followed the flow of the water back to himself. The look in his opponent's eyes became terrifying. A spiritual spell descended upon Futian, and at that moment, he felt as if his body was trapped in a cage of spiritual energy. Just then, the same terrifying look was seen in Futian's eyes. A horrifying spiritual storm seemed to have washed over his opponent's spiritual will, and absorbed all the spiritual energy. The entire area filled with an endless golden light. The rays of light were like fragments of gold. With the wind, these fragments shot towards the figure. The golden light was like a metal storm that wanted to crush Futian's opponent into pieces. Just like maple flames, this was a spell he got from enlightenment by the statues. Another loud thump was heard when the figure took another step forward. An even scarier force of power erupted, and the world seemed to have been put on pause. The metal storm that circled wildly actually stopped moving in the air. Futian also seemed to be frozen in place. Had the figure perfectly merged noble will and sorcery? It was no wonder why no one was able to beat the record of 4 noble figures. To make a 5th figure appear was an obstacle set by the heavens. These were the true limits, a boundary not to be passed. But Futian refused to believe so. There were no limits. Limits were meant to be broken. Behind him, golden rock wings appeared. His body was fluid and majestic like a dragon. He grew big and tall like a divine ape, ready to amaze the world. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky, destroying what was below. Futian's spiritual will exploded, and he was like a young emperor. With the long rod in hand, he struck directly in the air ahead. A dull noise sounded and a force gathered in the surrounding area. He continued to step forward, looking fiercer than ever before. He must break through the gravity spell weighing down on him. Witnessing this scene, the figure released the light of lightning which spread throughout the sky. The lightning attacked right away, striking down on Futian. Infused with noble will, the lightning wanted to destroy Futian's will. However, his will was firm right now. He allowed the lightning to strike down on him. In his hand, the long rod danced and the power of the lightning was attracted onto the rod. When he swung his weapon again, the air around him seemed to have split. The sun and the moon, yin and yang, descended on the figure. Futian continued to advance. Another attack. He was making a path for himself by cutting through the air. The force of power from the figure grew even more horrifying. It was as if it was ready to eliminate everything on Earth and wipe out the universe. Boom! With a loud noise, Futian lifted into the air. In the air he looked like a god. The long rod struck downward. the roar of the divine ape, the growl of the divine dragon, and the arrival of the divine rock. The figure lifted his head and then transformed into a ray of light. All types of will revolved around him like he was the ultimate noble. Up him went, headed straight for Yi Futian. When the two bodies collided, a blinding light shined over the world. Away from this scene, countless pairs of eyes were focused on the Mirror Mountain stone wall and the figure in front of it. They saw a terrifying force release from Yi Futian. His noble fate rushed crazily into the stone wall, and his mental state seemed to be pushed to the limits. He was still challenging the Mirror Mountain stone wall's fifth noble figure. However, it seemed like the figure would never make an appearance. The faint image of it came and went and showed no signs of stabilizing. He's still fighting. He hasn't given up, someone murmured. Looks like he's not willing to admit defeat. He wants the challenge. Xiao Wuji had done the same before, but in the end, he thought it was impossible for a fifth noble figure to ever appear. Everyone was in discussion. Some were even trying to determine which clan Yi Futian would choose to join. The Donghua clan? The college? Or was it going to the Qin dynasty or the Lu kingdom? Just as they were deep in discussion, the world around suddenly grew brighter. There was actually an extremely bright light coming from the Mirror Mountain stone wall. What's going on? Everyone looked over to the stone wall in surprise. They then watched as the stone wall emitted a never-before-seen light that glowed over Yi Futian's body. A fifth noble figure had not appeared on the wall. However, the four original figures had actually moved. They circled on the stone wall and moved in four directions. Then they all headed toward the faint image of the fifth figure in the center, and at the very end, they formed a single noble. A bright light exploded from this new figure. The stone seemed to be taking shape. Following that, the light gathered into a single ray that shined out of the stone wall. A small stone figure floated in front of Yi Futian. Within this small stone figure seemed to be the purest noble will. Everyone was surprised and then shocked when they realized that the Mirror Mountain stone wall had dulled and its shine was no more. It was not just because the noble figures had disappeared. It was more like the entire stone wall was different. Could not go back to the way it used to be. The stone wall no longer contained powerful noble will. What did he do? Everyone stared dead at Yi Futian. Indeed, the fifth noble figure had not appeared, but Yi Futian somehow managed to dull the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Just then, nobles from the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory suddenly lost their view of the ancient barren world's Mirror Mountain. Their spell seemed to have diminished. Many people shared the same question. What is happening? Yi Futian froze for a moment before taking the stone figure into his hands. He turned around and walked over to Hua Jieyu. Countless pairs of eyes were glued on him, watching like he was some kind of freak. Who could tell them exactly what was going on? Had this guy swallowed up the stone wall's will? Looking at the dull stone wall, it just looked like any ordinary stone wall. Many people felt a squeeze in their hearts. Did this guy come to challenge the relics or to ruin them? What was the small stone figure in his hands? Was it formed by the will from the Mirror Mountain stone wall? What are you looking at? Yu Shang shouted at the people when he noticed all of them giving Yi Futian strange looks. Did they still have a problem with him now? Chapter 210 Escort. Chapter 210 Escort. Many people looked at Yu Shang speechless. They then looked at Yi Futian feeling unsettled. They didn't know why the Mirror Mountain stone wall was like this, but one fact was undeniable. Yi Futian had done something no one from the Eastern Barren Territory had ever done before. All these years, countless talents had come to the stone wall to undergo the test, but no one had done what Yi Futian did today. They remembered how Tang Yi had come and arrogantly humiliated Yi Futian. Xiao Wuji had wanted to comprehend the statue, so Tang Yi told Yi Futian to move. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan had told Yi Futian that he'd have no more chances if he missed this. He told Yi Futian to take this chance to join the Donghua clan as if it was charity. Everyone was competing for Xiao Wuji. Looking at Yi Futian now, no one could compose themselves. Lu Chenyu was the same. She stared at that handsome figure. That day, he'd become furious, beating the drums 16 times and shattering them. Then he'd left an 8-inch image on the wall, and controlled the flame statue to burn off Li Daoyun's arm. He was impossibly wild, but just as everyone was expecting him to go to the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he stopped. Many thought he'd lost confidence, but what about now? No one knew what he was thinking. She then looked at Yushang, Huajieyu, and Yi Wuqian. These four had shaken the ancient barren world in the name of Kangyi. Their names would appear in all the forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps Yi Wuqian really didn't underestimate the Eastern Barren Territory, but he was confident that Yi Futian and Yushang could sweep through with their talent. No one could surpass them, and everything that Yi Futian had done seemed to prove this. What will these people from the Kangyi Kingdom accomplish in the future? Lu Chenyu thought, looking at them. Gu Biyue also looked at the group. She felt regret. Yi Futian's group was more talented than she'd imagined. If she'd known this, she would have used a different method. With her tactics, she could at least be equal with Lu Chenyu. We've completed our goal here. We should head back, Yi Futian suddenly said. Everyone's eyes constricted. Head back. Was he not going to choose a clan? Yushang and the others understood what Yi Futian meant. Are you going back to Kangyi? Lu Chenyu came up and asked. Yeah, Yi Futian said, smiling. The year is ending. I must go back to see the elders. Why don't you come to the Lu Kingdom? I can send strong cultivators to help you back, Lu Feiyong said, walking up. He didn't ask Yi Futian to join his kingdom. Since Yi Futian said he would return to Kangyi, it meant that he didn't want to choose a clan. If he hounded Yi Futian to choose, it would be worse. I can't take rewards without doing anything. Smirking, Yi Futian said to Lu Chenyu, of course, if you want to find a husband, we can be a family. Lu Chenyu was speechless. She glanced at Yi Wuqian, who was also looking embarrassed. I'm fine with that. Lu Feiyong smiled at Yi Futian and the two men exchanged glances, eyes shining. Lu Chenyu was even more speechless. They were fine, but did they ever ask her opinion? Wuqian, decide if we should leave from the Lu Kingdom. Yi Futian grinned at Yi Wuqian while Lu Chenyu glared at him. He was doing it on purpose. Yi Wuqian, Lu Feiyong said. Since you all have decided to return, even if you don't go from the Lu Kingdom, we also wish to see what Kangyi is like. It's just on the way. There are no feelings in it. His words intrigued many. He seemed to be hinting at something. Okay, we'll go from the Lu Kingdom. Yi Wuqian nodded. After shocking the Eastern Barren Territory with the name of Kangyi, and Yi Futian wanted to go back, Yi Wuqian obviously knew what he was planning. He wanted to get rid of Kangyi's potential threat. After this, no one in the Hundred Lands would dare to provoke Kangyi. But they weren't entirely safe on the road before choosing a clan. Considering this, they could depart from the Lu Kingdom with a convoy from them. Whether people from the ancient barren world or Emperor Luo wanted to attack them, it would be meaningless. Even if they owed the Lu Kingdom and didn't choose them, it was still good to have a friend. Judging from Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu's attitudes, they'd be happy if they could join. If not, they could still be friends. Hearing Yi Wuqian's answer, Yi Futian smiled and said to Lu Chenyu, Princess, our Wuqian agreed. Lu Chenyu didn't know what to say. Agreed could also be interpreted in terms of becoming her husband. Of course, she knew that Yi Wuqian didn't think that way. He only agreed to depart from the Lu Kingdom. Glancing at Yi Wuqian, a tinge of shyness appeared in Lu Chenyu's beautiful features. Yushang looked at Yi Futian in reverence. It had been like this before him in Qingxian, right? If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's depart immediately, Lu Feiyong said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded. The black wind eagle flapped its wings and flew into the air. It had had fun in the ancient barren world and it didn't really want to leave. Virgin, what are your plans? Yi Futian asked Lulan Shui. I'll remain here, Lulan Shui said. Her mother only told her to train with Yi Futian in the ancient barren world, not following him home. Since his lover was here, she naturally wouldn't follow. All right. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Yi Futian nodded and the group embarked. In the air, Yi Futian looked at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. How is the Kangyi Kingdom? Yi Lingxi rolled her eyes. So this guy still recognized them? Of course they weren't angry. That was just how he was. Everything that had happened moved them as well. They could feel that the Kangyi Kingdom was about to change. Back then, Luo Junlin had returned to the Nanda nation and strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple had come to tell him to go. Now, Kangyi had shocked the ancient barren world at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. What was awaiting the Kangyi Kingdom if they returned now? Both Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan were excited. When we came, everything was alright, but Nanda really seems ready for an all-out war. Of course we aren't afraid, Yi Danshan said. Yi Futian nodded. After going back, Kangyi's position would be stabilized in the 100 Lands. No one would go up against them anymore. The Lu Kingdom had an independent exit from the ancient barren world situated in a region of the barren city. After exiting from it, Yi Futian's group appeared in the Lu Kingdom's imperial city. Many strong cultivators were positioned there. The royal family controlled it directly and was close to the palace. All the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory had their own passageways. The group went straight to the palace. Seeing the majestic building up ahead, Yi Futian smiled and said, "It'll definitely be nice to be the husband of the Lu Kingdom's princess." Yi Wuxian and Lu Qinyu were used to it now. "Are you regretting it now?" Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian with a smile. "Regret what?" Yi Futian blinked. "Regretting not marrying a princess." Hua Jieyu smiled meaningfully. "No way. There's only one person in my heart," Yi Futian said earnestly. Hua Jieyu was satisfied. Lu Qinyu looked at Yi Futian. This guy was arrogant, but he had someone above him too. Before, he was surrounded by beauties, including the virgin and witch. Now, what are you looking at me for? I'm not interested in becoming the princess's husband. Yi Futian gave Lu Qinyu a look. What was she looking at? Has she never seen a handsome guy? Yeah, I know you like servants more. After all, they'll serve you and massage your shoulders, Lu Qinyu said. Yi Futian was shook. Seeing Hua Jieyu look at him, he said, "Jieyu, how are master and masteress? I miss them." Hua Jieyu smiled but didn't reply. "The weather's nice today." Yi Futian looked up at the sky. Everyone smiled. They'd never seen someone so shameless. They soon arrived outside the palace and Yi Futian told them to stop. "Let's just wait here. Won't you like to see our father?" Lu Feiyang asked. "There'll be a chance in the future. We must hurry now," Yi Futian said, shaking his head. If they met with the king and he invited them to join, what should he do? "I see. You all stay here, Qinyu as well." Then Lu Feiyang entered the palace. After a while a group came out. The leader was an extremely powerful noble figure with natural mightiness. "This is my uncle," Lu Feiyang explained from the side. Lord Yi Futian greeted, bowing. "No need." The newcomer waved his hand and studied them. "As expected, you are all cream of the crop. Even I want to see what the Kangyi kingdom is like, but unfortunately, I have other matters. You can come visit any time." He didn't invite them to join either. Lu Feiyang clearly said something to him. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded. "Feiyang and Qinyu will accompany you all there and bring some of the good stuff from Kangyi," the Lord joked. Other than Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu, he also had many noble figures behind him. They would escort Yi Futian's group back to the Kangyi kingdom. Clouds rolled in the sky and a demon appeared rushing down. It was huge and looked both like a fish and rock. The feathery wings unfurled like a huge cloud. It was a Kuanping, a whale rock demon. "Thank you, Brother Kuan," the Lord said to the demon. "It is fine," the Kuanping said in the human tongue. It then landed in the empty space beside Yi Futian's group. A noble-level demon. Yi Futian's group all focused on it. "Let's go," Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian nodded and they all climbed onto the Kuanping. The wind whistled and the Kuanping spread its wings. It charged up and instantly entered the clouds and disappeared. Chapter 211 Enemy at the Gates. Chapter 211 Enemy at the Gates. While Yi Futian was on his way back to the Kangyi kingdom from the Lu kingdom, many nobles listened as the younger generation members of their clans told them about what happened that day in the ancient barren world. One person in the 6th level noble plane and 3 in the 3rd. Out of the 4 youths, 2 were able to draw out 3 noble figures, 1 made 4, and the last person actually took the light of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They came from the Kangyi kingdom in the 100 Lands and may very well be heading back there from the Lu kingdom. The Futian sword clan of the Eastern Barren Territory was located on a mountain range consisting of 7 summits that reached above the clouds. These were the 7 summits the Futian sword clan were famous for. Just then, at the cliff of the 7th summit stood an elder with his hands behind his back. He stood there and looked out at the clouds as they floated by. Light reflected off the blades of swords flashed by as some people descended behind the elder. Go to the Kangyi kingdom and invite Yi Wuqian, said the elder. The people bowed and answered yes. Then they became a blade of light and disappeared. Moments later, another figure descended. He looked at the elder and shouted, "Senior brother, you want Yi Wuqian to join the 7th summit? I'm afraid the first summit would have thoughts about that." Li Daoyun was of the Futian sword clan's first summit. What can they say if he was the one that lacked the skill to defeat his opponent? The elder said nonchalantly. He was able to cut off the arm of another person. It is obvious others would be able to do the same to him. So, what if the first summit has an opinion about it? The newly arrived man shook his head with a bitter smile. But Yi Wuqian has something against the Futian sword clan. I'm afraid he won't trust the clan. He's a swordsman. The Futian sword clan is the best suited place for his cultivation. If he thinks the clan will come up with schemes against him simply because of his rivalry with a younger generation clan member, then he is not suited to be a swordsman. The elder said slowly. Central District of the Eastern Baron Territory, Eastern Baron College. This was the most ancient college in all of the Eastern Baron Territory. All of its 3,000 students were extraordinary cultivators. Presently, many of the students were discussing something in the college. Months ago, Xiao Wuji had entered the college and that caused a huge ruckus. But now there was a genius cultivator who could be even more outstanding than Xiao Wuji. Rumors had it that the college was contemplating whether or not to send people to the Kangyi kingdom. Tang Yi was also among the crowd. From time to time, someone else in the crowd around would look over at him, causing his expression to become unnatural. What happened in the ancient barren world all those months ago was a stain on his record. He never in a million years would have imagined that Yi Futian would be able to surpass Xiao Wuji's performance at the 3 big relics. He even broke the record at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. And because of this, he was the joke of the entire school. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Their eyes were trained somewhere ahead. In that very direction stood a young man. One step at a time he approached the crowd. Tang Ye's eyes widened as someone in the front of the group asked, "Senior brother, has the college made a decision?" The young man who had just joined the crowd nodded, yes. His reply got everyone's attention immediately. They all looked at the young man intently. The young man lifted his head to look at the crowd and smiled. Stop worrying about things outside the college and focus on cultivation. The college decided not to go. Hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. That person from the Kangyi kingdom had beat a record in the ancient barren world. He even caused the Mirror Mountain stone wall to dim and dull. Had the college really decided not to pursue such a genius? But then, they thought in the college's perspective and many began to understand the reasoning behind this decision. The college was a school, not a great powerful clan. It had always been others who came begging to study at the college. When had they ever begged others to come to cultivate at the school? The college was a place to pass on knowledge. After many of the students became strong and powerful, they left the college. The college has never forced anyone to do anything against their will. It was because of this, it did not really matter to the college whether or not an individual was extremely gifted. If someone came to the college, then they would be taught. If they didn't, it wouldn't be thought of as a pity. Back when Xiao Wuji announced that he would be choosing a clan in the ancient barren world, an elder from the college who valued talent asked Tang Yi to head over and ask Xiao Wuji if he would be willing to cultivate at the school. However, there were no conditions brought up to purposely lure him in. When Tang Yi met Xiao Wuji, only a few words were spoken. "I come from the college and would like to invite you to join." Without hesitation, Xiao Wuji chose the college. This was the charm of the college. Yi Futian did not choose a clan. If he had stayed after breaking the record at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he would have been welcome to cultivate at the college if he wanted to. But he didn't. He chose to leave the ancient barren world and headed back to the Kangyi kingdom. Yi Futian wanted the clans of the Eastern Barren Territory to go all the way to the Kangyi kingdom to invite him to join them. For a younger generation low-level Dharma-playing cultivator to do something like that showed just how untamed and arrogant he was. Then again, he had the right to be. He broke many records and even accomplished what had never been done before. Therefore, it was definite that the great powers of the Eastern Barren Territory would go to him. But the college was different from the other great powers. The college was a school and had its own reputation and honor to uphold. A glow reached Tang Ye's eyes and he thought to himself, Even though you're really gifted, you've missed the chance to enter the college. Yi Futian was too arrogant, and arrogance came with a price. Just then, not too far away from the crowd, a figure approached. This figure was clad in a long scholarly robe. It was simple and clean, untouched by all that is unclean. He wore a headpiece and looked like a scholar. This figure seemed to have lacked presence and went unnoticed. Very quietly, he walked closer to the group. The young man who brought the news that the college wouldn't be heading for the Kangi Kingdom was surprised after taking one look at the figure. What is he doing here? Those who understand me will understand my arrogance, murmured the scholar. Tang Yi froze and sharpened his gaze as he turned over to look at the scholar. He spoke again. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? All the student disciples around turned to look at him strangely. What was this guy doing muttering the words Yi Futian left in the ancient barren world? The scholar smiled and shook his head. Then he continued on his way, leaving the crowd. The young man in front of the group froze and seemed to have gotten something from the words the scholar repeated. Those who understand me will understand my arrogance. What is wrong with abandoning those who do not understand me? So, Yi Futian had already stated his attitude through his words. Those who understood his arrogance would naturally go to him. Was the scholar going for Yi Futian? At the thought of this, the young man shivered before turning to leave. The end of the year was nearing and year 1000, one of the divine prefecture calendar was about to pass. In the Kangi Kingdom, there was not a hint of celebratory air. On the contrary, great trouble was headed their way. Some time ago, Crown Prince Luo Junlin of the Nandu nation returned to his country. With him came a noble from the royal Xian temple, along with many of the temple's disciples. In the group of disciples was a girl. She was of superior status at the royal Xian temple and now, she was Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was also the daughter of his master. From the top power of the Eastern Barren territory, these powerful cultivators of the royal Xian temple had arrived in the Nandu nation. Emperors from kingdoms all around came to pay their respects. At the same time, they were wishing deep down that this might pave the way for the young cultivators to enter the royal Xian temple in the future. Even if they didn't become core disciples, simply getting in was going to be an important first step. Big countries such as the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom had sent their prodigies into the ancient barren world for trials and many had already returned, but none of them yielded any positive results. None of them were able to acquire noble fate. So now they had to come up with a different way for them to succeed. It was said that Luo Junlin's girlfriend promised some things to them. At the same time, Emperor Luo claimed the emperor of the Kangi kingdom went against rules and harbored fugitives of the Nandu nation. Now, Emperor Luo had started a war with them, and hoped that the emperors of these other countries would team up with him to force the Kangi kingdom to hand over the fugitives. Rumor had it that the Yunchu nation, the Yan kingdom, and many other countries had already agreed. They were going to head to the Kangi kingdom together under the leadership of Emperor Luo of the Nandu nation to get these people back. Chu Kuangren of the Yunchu nation personally witnessed what Yi Futian and his friends accomplished at the Noble Grotto and hypothesized that he would be able to acquire noble fate and become a member of a great noble power. However, now that Luo Junlin was back and had the Royal Xian Temple backing him, it didn't seem like he was going to give Yi Futian the slightest chance. He wanted to get rid of him once and for all. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian was destined for death upon his return. Neither Emperor Luo or Crown Prince Luo Junlin of the Nandu nation was going to give Yi Futian the chance to mature his powers. It was the end of the year, and it was very possible that Yi Futian might return. This journey back home was going to be his very last. Finally, on this day, all the emperors set off and arrived at the Kangi Kingdom's imperial city. Emperor Luo even brought many of his country's most powerful cultivators. An entire army arrived in the city and surrounded the Kangi Kingdom's imperial palace. Just like that, the Kangi Kingdom was in big trouble. Many people gathered around the imperial palace and watched these newly arrived figures in fear. Emperor Luo had actually gathered the emperors of other countries and led them here. Were they planning on destroying the Kangi Kingdom? On top of the palace door, Emperor Luo stood with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked domineering as he overlooked the Kangi Kingdom's imperial palace. Emperor Yi came from inside the palace, then looked at Emperor Luo. With a cold demeanor he asked, "What is the meaning of this, Emperor Luo?" You are harboring fugitives of my country, and you want to ask me what I mean? Emperor Luo's tone was cold as ice. Hand over the traitors of Nandu Nation immediately. They are now citizens of my Kangyi kingdom, replied Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi, we all heard the story of what happened. You're protecting the Nandu Nation's traitors. It is only right that you hand them over, said Emperor Chu. Emperor Yi, you're in the wrong in this situation. If you hand them over, perhaps Brother Luo will be generous enough to spare you, said another emperor. Now that they wanted something from either Emperor Luo or Luo Junlin, the emperors were all on their side. It could only be said that Emperor Yi was unlucky. Luo Junlin came back too quickly. The ancient barren world was now open, and he did not want to give Yi Futian a chance to prepare to fight back. Are you all going to gang up on me like that? Emperor Yi asked coldly. I'm already being very nice. Do you really want war? Emperor Luo asked slightly threateningly. Emperor Luo knew that his abilities were similar to that of Emperor Yi, and if a war started, Emperor Yi might be able to get away. Otherwise, he would have saved his breath and just killed his way into the palace. He wouldn't be here negotiating. If Emperor Yi escaped, there would be other troubles. First, they had to capture Yi Futian's family and friends who were in the Kangyi palace. This way, they would have leverage against Yi Futian no matter when he returned. As long as they got rid of Yi Futian's threat, Emperor Luo's rivalry with Emperor Yi could be taken care of slowly. There was no rush for that. His son, Luo Junlin, was now doing well at the Royal Xian Temple, and his girlfriend was the daughter of a high official at the temple. Sooner or later, little old Emperor Yi would be taken care of. Chapter 212 Return. Chapter 212 Return. Far from the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, a group of figures sat at the top level of a restaurant, enjoying a feast. The restaurant was in a good position. Eating and chatting at the top level, they could see the Kangyi palace. Luo Junlin was here at the moment. He sat across from a girl and was in a good mood. Will they hand them over? The girl asked. They should. They wouldn't risk their lives just for some outsiders, Luo Junlin replied calmly. With the current situation, it was impossible for Emperor Yi to refuse. Oh, the girl smiled. If they refuse, I'll send the message. Thank you, Shiro, Luo Junlin said gently. He knew that even though he was in the Arcana plane, he still didn't have the ability to make the nobles of the Royal Xian Temple work for him. Nobles were proud and would never help a disciple take care of a small country's matters. Thus he could only rely on the situation. He wouldn't act so early if the ancient barren world didn't open. He'd entered it and he'd witnessed Yi Futian and Yushang's talent. Once they reached the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, it was highly possible they would be accepted by a top force. By that time it would be very difficult to kill them. He slowly looked over at the palace in the distance. A cold sneer appeared on his face. So what if Yi Futian had ministers was prediction? Even if Luo Junlin didn't want to be Nandu Nation's emperor, the position belonged to the Luo family. No one else could take it. Once he became a noble and truly entered the upper level of the Royal Xian Temple, he would have the Luo family rule over the 100 lands. All other countries would bow before him. At that time he wouldn't be so kind to the Kangyi kingdom. When he had enough power, he could naturally be able to destroy them without the Royal Xian Temple's help. At the Kangyi kingdom, Emperor Yi was currently staring at Emperor Luo and the other emperors coldly. Emperor Luo had asked him if he was preparing to declare war if he didn't hand them over. If war began now, he could escape, but the others in the Kangyi palace would meet tragedy. Before, he only faced Emperor Luo and guessed that the man wouldn't really declare war. Otherwise, they would both be destroyed in the process. It was different now. He'd come with other emperors to pressure him. Emperor Yi scanned the others and said coldly, "You're doing this because Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple and want to ally with him. But have you thought about Yi Futian's talent? He will definitely join a force in the Eastern Barren territory. At that time, would you be able to withstand his revenge?" Emperor Chu and the others frowned slightly. They'd considered this before, but right now, Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin wouldn't let Yi Futian live. After capturing his relatives in Kangyi and surrounding the palace, they would have people guard the entrances from the ancient barren world. They would capture Yi Futian as soon as he came out. This way it would be impossible for Yi Futian to escape. He would die. unless he stayed in the ancient barren world for decades without returning to Kangi. But there was a low possibility of this happening. After all, a youth who was not even 18 yet wouldn't have that much patience. Furthermore, there were so many strong cultivators in the ancient barren world. It was possible for Yi Futian to die there but not for him to enter a top talent. To them, the opportunity before their eyes was more important. You're still fantasizing that Yi Futian can live? Emperor Luo said coldly. The day he leaves the ancient barren world is the day of his death. Emperor Yi looked up. Staring at the other, he laughed. An emperor, someone of the noble plane, fears a youth to this extent. This is laughable. If you knew this, why would you send that letter in the first place? Emperor Luo frowned. There was a reason why he sent that order to the Donghai city. He'd ordered Minister Hua to personally capture Yi Futian, but who would have guessed that he could escape? His talent was beyond expectation too. But Emperor Luo didn't regret anything. All of this was fated. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were destined to become his enemy. He was just overly confident back then. He didn't think that he could send out an order as an emperor but still have Yi Futian escape. Thankfully, that was impossible now. Ignoring Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo strode forward coldly, walking to the palace. Presumptuous. Sword intent flowed. The palace was instantly enveloped by an extremely strong sword aura. Emperor Yi shot into the air and blocked Emperor Luo's path. They were at a stalemate with swords unsheathed. At that moment, someone walked over from the distance. It was a young man in the Arcana plane. When he appeared, there was faint arrogance in his eyes, even when faced with people of the noble plane. They were only kings of small lands and he looked down on them. The royal Xian temple orders the Kangi kingdom to immediately hand them over. Otherwise, you will pay for your actions, the man said arrogantly to Emperor Yi. The other emperor's eyes immediately hardened. With support from the royal Xian temple, there was nothing to fear. The young man gazed at them coolly and turned to leave. He didn't care about these things. If not for his junior sister, he wouldn't even come to such a barbaric place. His words might seem arrogant and almighty, but he didn't feel that great. There was nothing to be proud of for the royal Xian temple to threaten a small country. Did you hear clearly? Emperor Luo threatened coldly. I don't care if you're hiding Nandu's traitors. But now, I personally came to your palace to take them away. If you still stop me, you are treating all of us as enemies. Think clearly. With that, Emperor Luo walked out. The other emperors followed behind Emperor Luo. One said, Emperor Yi, why do you do this for outsiders? If we go to war, this palace will be the first to be destroyed. Is it worth it? Can you fight against the royal Xian temple's order? Another emperor said as they all stepped into the palace. Emperor Ye's expression was uncomfortable. At the Tingfeng banquet last time, he only faced Emperor Luo by himself. If Emperor Luo didn't care, then he didn't care either. But now, he faced pressure from all the emperors and even the royal Xian temple. He either had to give in or declare war. If war was declared, the first to be destroyed was the palace and the people inside. It was unclear if even he could survive. Halt! A group came from the distance. Everyone turned to see the group. Yi Xiao was at the front and he was the one who spoke. Behind him were some strong cultivators of the palace. Hua Fenglu, Yixiang and the others were there too. We'll hand them over, Yi Xiao said to Emperor Luo. Emperor Yi looked over, his eyes sharp. What did you do? He demanded. Father, they followed me voluntarily, Yi Xiao said. In his opinion, it was unavoidable. They had to hand Yi Futian over, but his father was too benevolent. Since he couldn't do it, Yi Xiao would. He said some things while going to the palace and these people cooperated, coming voluntarily with him. Your Majesty, we will go with them, Yixiang said. Emperor Yi had already been kind enough to them. Now he was faced with the royal Xian temple's pressure and couldn't fight back. Since that was so, Yixiang couldn't let him take risks. Since the end couldn't be chanced, they could only accept it. He just wished Yi Futian wouldn't come back. No. Emperor Yi looked at Yixiang. Your Majesty, Hua Fenglu said, looking at him. No need to try and dissuade us. At the same time, Hua Fenglu used spiritual sorcery to tell Emperor Yi, Futian and Jieyu are in the ancient barren world. Emperor Luo will put guards around the entrance. There are many things you must do still. Emperor Yi heard Hua Fenglu's words and sighed inwardly. He knew that Hua Fenglu was right. Since Emperor Luo had come, they would definitely be guarding the ancient barren world's exit too. He had to stay alive to help Yi Futian. At the same time, a huge demon descended from the clouds outside the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. The Kuimping spread its wings, covering the sky and sun. The people below all looked up. Seeing the huge demon, their hearts shuddered. The Kuimping! It's the legendary Kuimping! Someone yelled in shock. It was their first time seeing a real Kuimping. Who's coming now? They thought as the Kuimping landed. Many emperors had arrived in the imperial city today and went directly to the palace. Apparently, the top force Royal Xian Temple had come too, to make the Kangyi Kingdom hand over the family of Yi Futian, the first on the Fenghua rank. But now a huge Kuimping came from the clouds. There seemed to be many figures on its back but were blocked. Who were these people? Why did they come? The Kangyi Kingdom had suddenly become so lively. We're finally here, Yi Futian said, smiling at the palace. It had been almost 1 year. He missed his master and the others. This is the imperial city? Lu Feiyong looked down and joked. It's the birthplace of so many geniuses. Can I stay a few days? It was indeed rare for one country to have 4 prides. Yi Futian chuckled. In reality, he wasn't from Kangyi Kingdom. He was from Nandu. Brother Lu, you can stay as long as you wish. I'm just afraid you won't feel used to things, Yi Danshan said, smiling. The Kuimping continued forward at an extreme speed. Everyone under it looked up at the huge beast, their hearts trembling. Was it another strong cultivator from the Royal Xian Temple? After a while the palace was close. Yi Futian looked over and vaguely saw some figures in the air. It seemed to be a confrontation. Chapter 213. Does your father know? Chapter 213. Does your father know? The Kuimping zipped through the air and was now even closer to the palace. Yi Futian's eyebrows furrowed. What's going on? It's a confrontation. Looks like the beginning of a fight, said a noble from the side. Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan also furrowed their brows in confusion. A fight at the Kangyi Palace? If it had to do with the palace, then it had to be something big. At this time, both sides had already pulled swords at the palace. Emperor Yi had also been persuaded by Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu. In their current situation, resistance would only get them all killed. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the others were in the ancient barren world and would end up without anyone to help them. Many people from various great powers of the Kangyi Kingdom were also gathered around the palace. Powers like the Kangyi College, the Qin clan as well as other clans stood witness to everything that happened. They were flooded with emotion as they never thought their country would end up in such a situation. Yi Futian was indeed a rare genius in the 100 Lands, but what had he brought to the Kangyi Kingdom? Was his arrival a blessing or a curse? At the moment it was a curse in the eyes of many. Yi Futian himself was in a lot of trouble. Students of the Kangyi College such as Wu Qianfan and Yu Jiang, as well as Bai Qiu and others from the Qin clan were all participants of the Fenghua banquet alongside Yi Futian. Not only them, but many others had personally witnessed Yi Futian's performance at the banquet. He was a glory plane cultivator who defeated those in the Dharma plane. He was powerful. But Luo Junlin was able to enter the Royal Xian Temple. How domineering! No matter how gifted Yi Futian was, this seemed to be the end for him. There was no chance for him to keep growing. Yi Xiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others walked forward. Beside Hua Fenglu was Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan. He looked over at them and smiled. I'm sorry that both of you have suffered by being with me. We went through tough times like this all those years ago. It doesn't bother me anymore. As long as Jieyu and Futian are well, I am content, Nandu Wanyin said as she held Hua Fenglu's hand. I'm jealous, Tang Lan said with a teasing smile. Hua Fenglu smiled and held her with his other hand. Tang Lan resisted a little but quickly gave up and allowed Hua Fenglu to hold her hand. They didn't bring any of their juniors as this was basically giving their lives away. Just them was sufficient. Emperor Luo and his people smiled coldly at this sight. In the end they had complied. A chilling breeze blew over from afar. What is that? Asked one of the emperors as he lifted his head to look into the sky. His utterance caused many people to look in the same direction. The wind was blowing stronger and more intensely. However, the winds were not due to a change in the weather. It was a large demon beast, flying over in their direction. The weird winds blew over the people. Even Emperor Yi looked over at the large beast in the sky. The beast was enormous. It was a top-level demon beast, the Kuanping. Yixiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others stopped in their tracks. When they noticed that everyone else was focused on the skies above, they turned their attention in that direction as well. Above the imperial palace was the Kuanping. With every flap of its giant wings, the sea of clouds seemed to part, making way for the ferocious beast. The aura of this beast was also extremely terrifying. A noble beast. Everyone felt a shiver down their backs. A noble Kuanping had appeared in the Kangyi kingdom. Who else had arrived? Far away, at the top floor of a restaurant, Luo Junlin and Shiro were drinking wine happily. However, their expressions changed as soon as they took notice of the Kuanping's appearance in the distance. Does the Royal Xian Temple have a Kuanping? Luo Junlin asked Shiro. No. She shook her head in response. That isn't a beast from the Royal Xian Temple. She frowned and her eyebrows knit together. The Kuanping was an incredibly powerful demon beast. A noble-level Kuanping would most definitely only belong to a great power, and was definitely not from a place like the Hundred Lands. Anyway, she did not care too much about it. Even if it was from a great power, the Royal Xian Temple was also one of the top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. How many top powers out there could pique the interest of the Royal Xian Temple? Which one of those top powers was bored enough to come to this aboriginal land? Very quickly, they realized that the Kuanping had stopped. It seemed to have come in relation to what was going on at the palace. Luo Junlin stood and Shiro followed. I'm a little worried, he said. Then let's go check it out, she answered. Luo Junlin nodded and led their group in the direction of the imperial palace. The Kuanping stopped in the air above the palace. Its gargantuan body blocked everyone's view as it descended slowly. Who is it? Emperor Luo and everyone else stared at the Kuanping, specifically at its back as its body lowered. At the front, a couple of people stepped into view. Their eyes sharp and their auras stood out. They seemed to be nobles. Emperor Yi watched these people. Had the powerful cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple arrived? If so, he feared that Emperor Luo would come after him as well. Naturally, he understood that Emperor Luo would take this opportunity to get rid of himself and tie up loose ends. As the Kuanping continued to lower itself, the view became clearer, and they were able to see the people on its back. Just then, the figure of a young man came into view. A handsome face with an ice-cold expression. The coldness reached his eyes as well. As soon as he saw this figure, Emperor Luo's heart squeezed as if it had been struck by something, and his expression changed immediately. How was this possible? How was it him? The emperors of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom also saw the figure, and felt the same sensation as Emperor Luo. A bad feeling brewed in the pits of their stomachs. Just a while ago they were feeling extremely relaxed. Now their hearts felt like it was crushed by a boulder in the blink of an eye. A breeze blew by and the young man's white clothes moved with the wind. At first, Emperor Yi froze in shock at the sight of the young man's face. Then, his eyes lit up and his fists tightened. Right now, his thoughts ran wild and were filled with a hint of excitement. The Kuanping continued to descend and the figures on its back were now clear. Spectators were met with the faces of the youths and the entire palace went silent. Tension was in the air. From afar, the cultivators from the Kangyi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans saw the faces of the newly arrived. Their hearts skipped a beat. Especially those who knew Yi Futian from their time together at the Fenghua banquet. Their breathing became uneven. He's back. Not only did he come back safe and sound, he came back on a top-level beast, a Kuanping. People thought he would be killed as soon as he exited the ancient barren world, but he wasn't. He wasn't the only one who came back. Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Yi Danshan, Yi Lingxi and the others were also back. Beside them seemed to be some very powerful people. They had escorted the group back to Kangyi. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely cold. Previously, the people couldn't see him, but he could see everything from up above. His eyes swept over to Emperor Luo, then to Emperor Chu and Emperor Yan. Yi Futian had entered the ancient barren world in hopes of taking care of Emperor Luo's threat, but he did not think it would happen so fast. The results would have been unimaginable had he arrived even a little later. Emperor Luo was actually making a move. Was it because of the Royal Xian Temple? Father, Mother, Hua Jieyu called out as she looked at Hua Fenglu below. Master Yu Sheng also called out. Yi Futian averted his gaze slowly. Their group descended on the ground and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the others. He greeted, Master Mistress. You're back, Nandu Wenyin said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were now a bit red. She did not think that Yi Futian would come back at a time like this, and on a Kuanping at that. It was obvious to her. Yi Futian must have had some interesting encounters in the ancient barren world. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to resolve the issue at hand. Yes, Mistress. Everything is okay now, Yi Futian said softly. Can it be resolved? Yi Xiang stepped up and asked Yi Futian. This was his personality, simple and direct. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Yi Xiang. That depends on how it's taken care of. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yi Xiang knew that things would be okay. He couldn't help but turn to Yu Sheng and ask, how is the ancient barren world? Master, I'm fine and in the third-level Dharma plane now, Yu Sheng replied. Not bad, said Yi Xiang, nodding his head. He had improved very quickly. They had entered the ancient barren world in the glory plane. Yi Futian then turned to Emperor Yi. Your Majesty, you were almost put in harm's way because of me. You came back right on time, smiled Emperor Yi. If you had come a little later, I wouldn't have been able to save your teacher and the others. We'll talk about this a little later, said Yi Futian. He then turned his attention over to Emperor Luo and his people. Emperor Luo gave the nobles who had come back with Yi Futian a once-over. He didn't dare to be rash. The identities of these people were still unknown. Had Yi Futian also joined a great power during his trial in the ancient barren world? Hopefully, it wasn't one of the top powers from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian moved his gaze away from Emperor Luo. Looking at Emperor Chu and the others, he said, How do you guys plan to settle this? The emperors of Yunchu, Yan and other countries froze. They were confused by this situation. Yi Futian was actually speaking to them like this. Where did he get the confidence? They looked over at Emperor Luo, not knowing how to answer Yi Futian. He had arrived on the Kuanping with nobles as escorts. This was power they didn't dare go against. We'll settle this with your life. Just then another group had arrived. Emperor Luo's people parted to make way. Luo Junlin and Shiro had arrived. The person who had just spoken was Shiro. She already knew that Yi Futian was the one Luo Junlin wanted dead. He was the very reason for their trip here to the 100 Lands. Yi Futian looked over. He didn't know this woman, but seeing how she arrived with Luo Junlin, Yi Futian knew exactly where she came from. She obviously came from the Royal Xian Temple. Only people from there would speak so rashly even at the sight of nobles. It was their confidence as part of the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. The emperors of Yunchu and Yan relaxed a bit when they saw Shiro step in. What was there to be afraid of when they had the Royal Xian Temple backing them up? One word from Shiro could end Yi Futian's life. At that moment Shiro lifted her head and saw the nobles of the Lu Kingdom. She then introduced herself, Royal Xian Temple, Shiro. There was no way to say for sure that these people were from the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. Even if they were, they would have to retreat with her status. Her family name was He and she came from the Royal Xian Temple. If they were from the Eastern Barren Territory, they would definitely know what this meant. Lu Feiyang looked at Shiro with confusion and surprise. You're the daughter of the Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord? If you know this, then you should hand him over and leave. Shiro said proudly after seeing the look in Lu Feiyang's eyes. Behind her, the looks in the eyes of Emperor Luo and his people became heated and sharp. Of course I know, nodded Lu Feiyang. But does your father know that you're this arrogant? Chapter 214 Watch and See. Chapter 214. Watch and see. With Lu Feiyang's words, Shiro's confident smile froze. Other than her, the emperors of Yun and Yan suddenly grew nervous again. They looked up in shock at the speaker. Then they saw the mockery in Lu Feiyang's eyes. He seemed to know Shiro but didn't care. If he knew that Shiro was the daughter of the Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord and could still say such humiliating mockery, this meant something. He didn't care at all. Things were a bit troublesome now. Yi Futian had returned on the Kuanping with nobles accompanying him. However, the one in charge was not those nobles. It was this young man. This complicated things. What did it mean if a youth's status was above the nobles? It meant that his background was far stronger than what they could see. It was just like how Shiro had come with those nobles. Shiro's eyes turned cold as she stared at Lu Feiyang. Who are you? The royal Xian temple had 5 lords. Each one was in charge of a temple. Her father was last place in 5th, but he was still a lord. And yet someone dared to speak to her like this, provocative and with disdain. Was he from a top force of the Eastern Barren territory? Lu Feiyang from the Lu Kingdom. Shiro's eyes instantly sharpened. The Lu Kingdom was a top force. He was the prince of the Lu Kingdom. They were both from top forces, but his father was the king of the Lu Kingdom, while Shiro's father was only the 5th lord. Luo Junlin's expression turned ugly too. Was he that fast? He'd been hurrying to get rid of Yi Futian, worried that he would get the noble fate after entering the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. He worried Yi Futian would be accepted by a top force, so he borrowed the Royal Xian Temple's power and came to Kangyi. It hadn't even been a year, but Yi Futian was back. He seemed to have joined a top force and was escorted back by the Lu Kingdom's prince. This treatment was so much better than what Luo Junlin's when he first joined the Royal Xian Temple. The other emperors all paled. Being in the noble plane, they'd naturally heard of the top forces of the Eastern Barren territory. The 2 strongest kingdoms were the Qin dynasty in the center, and the Lu Kingdom in the east. His surname was Lu and he was from the Lu Kingdom. His identity went without saying. They seemed to have gotten involved in a battle between the top forces. Luo Junlin had joined the Royal Xian Temple, and returned to the Nanda nation with the daughter of the temple's big figure. He made such a scene. Because of this, they wanted to use the Royal Xian Temple's relationship and came to Kangyi with Emperor Luo. But now it seemed that Yi Futian had joined the Lu Kingdom, another top force. Emperor Luo was distraught. He tried many times to kill Yi Futian and had failed each time. Now, he thought his plan was again seamless, but Yi Futian had returned with a top force of the Eastern Barren territory. Since when did the Royal Xian Temple become so powerful and decide to come to the 100 Lands to show off? Lu Feiyang scoffed at Shiro. Does your dad know? You? Shiro glared at him. Don't look at me like that. Your dad will know soon. Lu Feiyang suddenly smiled. Yi Futian's group had made such a big commotion at the Mirror Mountain. Someone from the Royal Xian Temple must have been present. The Royal Xian Temple had come, but Shiro wanted to kill Yi Futian. This was quite interesting. You did this? Yi Futian gazed at Shiro now, faint murderous intent in his eyes. He'd come too late. He didn't know whether his master and the others were alive or not. Yes. What can you do about it? Shiro looked down at Yi Futian. Lu Feiyang speaking disrespectfully to her was one thing. But who was Yi Futian? He was from the barbaric Kangyi kingdom. No matter how talented he was, he'd only joined the Lu Kingdom. He didn't qualify to talk to her like that. Even though Lu Feiyang was a prince, she didn't fear him. They were both from top forces. The Lu Kingdom wouldn't declare war on the Royal Xian Temple for an outsider. Yi Futian looked at Shiro and then at Luo Junlin beside her. In Donghai, you were the prince and told me to cultivate with you. But after returning to the palace, you still tried to kill. Now that you've joined the Royal Xian Temple, you still think about me. Do you fear me that much? Luo Junlin's face darkened. Fear. He truly did have some fears. Otherwise, he wouldn't join the Royal Xian Temple and use their power to kill Yi Futian. And you even take advantage of a woman to use their power, Yi Futian scoffed. And that woman is just as egotistical as you once were. You two really do match. Take advantage? Shiro's heart trembled. She thought back to the moments with Luo Junlin. Even when Luo Junlin wanted her to do something, she would do it voluntarily. Just like coming here, she brought it up first. Yi Futian didn't look at them. Instead, he looked up at the other emperors and sneered. Are you really not going to settle this today? The emperors all stiffened. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Xian Temple were at the same level. Emperor Luo had the Royal Xian Temple behind him, so Yi Futian couldn't mess with him. But what about them? If Yi Futian used the Lu Kingdom to fight them, what would be the consequence? Shiro looked at Yi Futian. He may be talented enough to join the Lu Kingdom, but as a junior, was he able to be so arrogant? He even looked down on the Royal Xian Temple. She said coldly, from now on, You will all be protected by the Royal Xian Temple. Each one can choose someone to cultivate there. When Shiro said that, she looked directly at Yi Futian. There were many talents in the Eastern Barren territory, but none dared to overlook her like that. Lu Feiyang could, but who did Yi Futian think he was? Thank you, miss. The emperors bowed in reply. They were reassured now. They were worried that they would be abandoned. Since the Royal Xian Temple would protect them, Yi Futian wouldn't do too much even with the Lu Kingdom's help. So you don't plan on settling this? Yi Futian didn't look at Shiro. He still gazed at the emperors. They fell silent. If they settled it, they didn't know what kind of consequence they would suffer. Now that the Royal Xian Temple would protect them, they'd obviously follow the temple. I see. Yi Futian smirked and turned towards Shiro. I hope you can represent the Royal Xian Temple. With that, he turned around the Hua Fenglu and the others. Master, let's go back first. All right. Everyone nodded. They gazed at Emperor Luo's group and turned to leave. Yi Futian had now joined a top force. Emperor Luo couldn't do anything to him. This crisis was dissolved just like that. Everyone returned to the palace. Lu Feiyang smiled at Shiro and said, I hope you ask your dad before you make any decisions in the future. Lu Chenyu also looked coolly at Shiro. The group left as if nothing had happened. Earlier they'd been about to fight, but now everything was calm again. Shiro's features were twisted. Lu Feiyang mocked her multiple times. He didn't take her seriously at all. As the daughter of the Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord, why would she ask her father about something like this? Would there be problems? Luo Junlin asked quietly. Don't worry. I'm here. Shiro gazed at Luo Junlin. The intimidating girl suddenly seemed so gentle. Thank you. Luo Junlin's eyes were apologetic as he took her hand. The other emperors saw this and their eyes brightened. Shiro and Luo Junlin's relationship was better than they'd expected. Now that they'd wronged Yi Futian, they had no choice but to follow Luo Junlin. Let's go back, Luo Junlin murmured. No, go back to the hotel, Shiro said. I'd like to see what the Lu Kingdom can do for them. Luo Junlin's eyes flashed and he nodded. They would live in the hotel and see whether the Lu Kingdom would leave. Since Yi Futian joined the Lu Kingdom, Shiro wouldn't do anything to the Kangyi Kingdom. Otherwise, they might do the same to the Nandu Nation. She couldn't do that, but she could at least give some pressure. After Yi Futian and the others entered the palace, Emperor Yi was still unsettled. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Xian Temple were all top forces. If they really clashed directly, they wouldn't have any problem, but the Kangyi Kingdom might be hurt in the process. This was also why Yi Futian didn't cause too much problem. After all, Lu Feiyang was just escorting him back. He didn't join the Lu Kingdom and wasn't anything to them. He had to right to make them fight another top force. Even Lu Feiyang couldn't make that kind of decision. Thank you all for resolving this crisis, Emperor Yi said to Lu Feiyang. You're welcome, Lu Feiyang said. Thank you for not minding our disturbance. I shall order a banquet right this moment, Emperor Yi said. There's no hurry. There might be more people coming later. You won't have time to show your hospitality to us, Lu Feiyang said, chuckling. When they departed, the other top forces should have started departing too. The Kuanping was fast, but the others weren't much slower. They would arrive in the Kangyi Kingdom soon. More people will come? Emperor looked at them in doubt. Father, Kangyi might get busy, Yi Lingxi whispered. What do you mean? Emperor Yi didn't understand. You'll see later. Yi Lingxi smiled, raising the suspense. Emperor Yi gave his daughter a look. This girl was rarely like this. Was something else about to happen? Aren't you going to say something? Yixiang asked Yi Futian. He seemed to have sensed something odd. I don't know either. Yi Futian shrugged. He really didn't know what would happen next. He'd entered the ancient barren world and did what he could for this. He didn't know who else would come. He could only wait and see. Chapter 215. Paying a formal visit. Chapter 215. Paying a formal visit. Very quickly, everything that happened at the Kangyi Palace spread all over the imperial city. In a single day, 2 top powers from the Eastern Barren territory had gathered in their city. With them came many nobles, a truly shocking sight. Now, there were many people in the area surrounding the palace. It was said these people from the Royal Xian Temple and the Nandu Nation had yet to leave. They were staying at the hotel not too far away from the palace, making it convenient for them to get there quickly at any time. Gradually, the story of Yi Futian's mutual resentment with the Nandu nation spread all over the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. Rumors said that Yi Futian studied at the Nandu nation's Donghai Academy years ago, and fell at the schemes of Emperor Luo. He almost lost his life because of it, and thus fled to the Kangyi Kingdom. He participated in the Fenghua banquet and ranked first thanks to his peerless talents. At that time he shocked the entire imperial city and everyone knew his name. And now Luo Junlin from the Nandu nation was in the royal Xian temple. It also seemed like Yi Futian had joined the Lu kingdom. This looked to be a continuing feud. Were they going to take this from the Kangyi kingdom and the Nandu nation all the way to the center of the Eastern Barren territory? Those who participated in the Fenghua banquet alongside Yi Futian were filled with great emotion. It hadn't even been a full year and Yi Futian had already joined one of the Eastern Barren territory's top powers. Their statuses were going to be worlds apart from here on out. Many people had arrived at the palace, most of them were imperial officials. Family members of Yi Wuqian and Lin Yueyao were also present. All of a sudden the palace seemed extra lively. Although Lu Feiyang had told Emperor Yi there was no need to prepare a feast, the emperor still made the necessary preparations to welcome his guest. "Please have a seat, Prince and Princess," Emperor Yi said politely. Especially because Lu Feiyang was a prince of Lu Kingdom. He should be seated at the front in the main seat. There were also the nobles they came with. Even though he was the emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom, he did not dare mistreat them. "I would not dare to do so, senior. Please sit," Lu Feiyang said respectfully. To him it was a good thing that they made it in time for what had happened today. He had personally escorted Yi Futian and the others back to the Kangyi Kingdom because he wanted to befriend them. By the looks of their gifts now, they would definitely make a name for themselves in the Eastern Barren territory sometime in the future. And because of this, Lu Feiyang could not seem too arrogant to Yi Futian's seniors. Emperor Yi wavered at his request. "Please sit, Your Majesty," said Yi Futian. The emperor looked at him once and nodded before taking the main seat. After Emperor Yi was seated, everyone else waited for Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu to be seated. However, Lu Fengyu remained standing while he spoke to Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others. At the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu Yushang, and Yi Wuqian made themselves as well as the name of Kangyi known to all of the ancient Barren world. Now the Eastern Barren territory is extremely curious about the Kangyi Kingdom. It is an honor to be able to meet all of you seniors. I definitely have much to learn from everyone. Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang had no idea what Yi Futian had experienced in the ancient Barren world, but seeing Lu Feiyang's attitude, they were able to make a couple of guesses. Masteress Senior Yi Xiang, you guys should sit," chuckled Yi Futian. It was amusing to see how the elders were being so stiff even though it was only a younger generation member of an Eastern Barren territory top power. But Hua Fenglu would get used to it eventually. He was going to be the master of an emperor after all. Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang and the others sat down. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu and the rest of that group sat beside them. Yi Qingxian was also here now, seated with Yu Shang. "Wuqian, what happened to your arm?" Emperor Luo asked suddenly after everyone was settled in a seat. Yi Wuqian's father also stared at him. There hadn't been a chance for questions before, but now that Emperor Yi had brought up the topic, everyone looked towards Yi Wuqian. "It's no big deal. It was cut off by someone during our trial in the ancient Barren world, but Futian has already taken one from him in return," Yi Wuqian answered calmly. His voice was able to send shivers down everyone's spine. They could imagine the danger behind his story, and wondered how he could be so nonchalant while talking about the subject. Nobody knew what had happened to Yi Futian and the others in the ancient Barren world for them to be escorted back by the prince and princess of the Lu Kingdom. "Can't you at least try to stay out of trouble?" asked Yi Xiang as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned a look at his elder and thought, this old guy still has such a bad temper. What else could he have done when Li Daoyun tried to kill them at the Lulan relic? But he felt responsible for what had happened then, so he chose not to talk back. "Yu Sheng, are you okay?" asked Yi Xiang. Yi Futian wanted to scream when he saw Yi Xiang's concern for his own disciple. "I what? Not coming back for so long and letting Jieyu and Qingxian worry. Jieyu even went to look for you herself. Do you know how dangerous that is?" Is there more you want to say for yourself? Senior E is right. You probably got in tons of trouble running off into the ancient barren world in just the glory plane, right? Hua Fenglu asked softly. Yi Futian lowered his head, slightly upset. He felt wronged. It wasn't easy for him to travel so far just to come home, alright? How could they treat him like this? Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu were dumbfounded by this sight. Hints of a smile reached Lu Chenyu's eyes before she wasn't able to hold it any longer, and let out a soft chuckle. This guy was so arrogant in the ancient barren world, but as it turned out, his status at home was so low. How pitiful. What are you laughing at? Wuchen's father is here, aren't you going to pay your respects? Yi Futian glared at Lu Chenyu. How dare this girl laugh at him? She was just asking for it. Once she became family with Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian was definitely going to have him discipline her. You. Lu Chenyu's gaze froze and her beautiful face was now a different color. This jerk. Yi Wuchen was listening on and his face darkened. Everyone around was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Lu Chenyu have to pay respects to Yi Wuchen's father? Countless eyes fell on the two. What was the situation with Yi Wuchen and this beautiful princess from the Lu kingdom? I would have forgotten had you not brought it up, laughed Lu Feiyong. He then turned to Lord Yi beside Yi Wuchen and bowed his head in respect. Greetings to Uncle Yi. Lord Yi was dazed. Was the Prince of Lu bowing to him? Chenyu, aren't you going to greet your elders? Lu Feiyong looked to his younger sister beside him. Lu Chenyu felt so wronged. But there were also many people looking at her. She couldn't be the one to dampen the atmosphere. Thus, she had no choice but to bow respectfully and say to Lord Yi, greetings to Uncle Yi. Shay. Lord Yi could not stop blinking. He was still in a stupor. Lord Yi, wouldn't it be better to have some sort of welcome gift at a moment like this? Asked Yi Futian, contributing to the chaos. That's enough from you, Lu Chenyu said through her tightly clenched teeth. She glared at Yi Futian with rage in her eyes. Yi Futian's lips curled into a big smile. This was what she got for laughing at him. You are too polite, Lord Yi said with his hands joined together in front of him. His eyes drifted onto Yi Wuchen beside him. He thought, so, my son lost his arm but is now in some sort of relationship with the Lu princess? Spectators did not want to watch any longer. This was just Yi Futian teasing Lu Chenyu, but could there actually be something going on here? Regardless of all this, the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom seemed to have a better relationship with Yi Futian than anyone anticipated. If Yi Futian had simply joined the Lu kingdom, he wouldn't have such high status. They were playing around like friends. Futian, you must have been through quite a lot in these past months. You've gotten so thin, Nandu Wanin said softly. Yeah, there's something around every corner in the ancient barren world. I've faced many challenges, Yi Futian nodded immediately. Indeed, Masteress is the only one who cares. It's almost the end of the year, stay until after the New Year's. Nandu Wanin knew that Yi Futian probably was not going to stay here with them. Alright, he nodded. And then after New Year's, Master and Masteress can come with us to the Eastern Barren Territory. Together, murmured Nandu Wanin. Yi Futian had just gone to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory, and was not yet established. It wouldn't be easy. Yeah, Jeyu and I still have to take care of you guys, nodded Yi Futian. Shameless, thought Lu Chenyu. This jerk was such a brown-noser. No wonder he was able to trick his master and masteress into giving him the hand of their daughter. Nandu Wanin glanced at Hua Fenglu, who said, you should take care of yourself first, don't worry about us. If you guys are willing to come to the Lu kingdom, then you will be my family as well. Lu Feiyong picked just the right time to throw in his bait. Although he wasn't going to force Yi Futian and the others into anything, it wouldn't hurt to try since they were already here in Kangyi. I still think it would be better to find the princess a husband from our group, Yi Futian said with a smile. This confused everyone even more. So Yi Futian and the others hadn't agreed to join the Lu kingdom? If so, then why did the powerful Lu cultivators escort them back to Kangyi? Just as they were chatting, a few forces of incredibly strong sword intent appeared in the skies a distance away from the imperial palace. So quickly they seemed to be whistling in the clouds. In an instant, everyone around the palace could feel the sword intent in the sky and couldn't help but look up. Such strong sword intent, everyone thought in shock. At the hotel where Emperor Luo and his people stayed, Hishiro and everyone else looked up as well. What was going on? Noble sword intent, said a noble standing behind Hishiro. And not just one. After he had spoken, a few rays of immensely bright lights from a sword split through the clouds and drifted down. Multiple figures appeared, riding on their swords. Their eyes swept down and into the direction of the Kangi Palace. At the feast in the palace, Emperor Yi, who was also a swordsman, could feel it too. His head lifted to the sky and his heart skipped a beat. So strong, even stronger than his own sword intent. Who was coming this time? Lu Feiyong looked into the direction of the newcomers and thought, they're here. He was a little surprised. It had actually been the Futian sword clan who had arrived first. The blades of light arrived outside the palace. The members of the Futian sword clan remained in the air as they spoke. The Futian sword clan has come to pay the Kangi kingdom a formal visit. The voices pierced through the air like a sword and spread all around, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Seated at the top level of the hotel, Hishiro stood abruptly, heart pounding. Luo Junlin, as well as Emperor Luo and his people, felt the same way. In the past, the Royal Xian Temple had arrived in the Nandan Nation, and that was the turning point of Luo Junlin's life. Oh, the glory! But how was the attitude of the Royal Xian Temple back then? And how was the attitude of the Futian sword clan now? The clan had come to pay the Kangi kingdom a formal visit. The feeling that something bad was going to happen grew stronger and stronger in the emperors of the various countries seated around. Emperor Yi stood. His sharp eyes looked outside the palace. The Futian sword clan had come to visit. Let's go. Emperor Yi prepared to go welcome them. Your Majesty, Yi Futian called out. Emperor Yi looked at him confused. Ask them why they have come from here, Yi Futian said calmly. Had it been any other top power he wouldn't have stopped Emperor Yi, but because it was the Futian sword clan it was better to ask first. Ask from here. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Everyone at the feast looked at him as well. What on earth did this guy do in the ancient barren world? Chapter 216 Each party arriving. Chapter 216. Each party arriving. Yi Futian saw Emperor Ye's suspicious expression and nodded. Your Majesty, please believe me. All right. Emperor Yi nodded. He gazed outside the palace and declared, For what reason did you come to my Kangi? The Futian sword clan stood outside the palace. Hearing Emperor Ye's voice, one of them said, The 7th summit of the Futian sword clan is here to invite Yi Wuchen to cultivate with us. His voice rolled through the vast space. So many hearts trembled at that moment. At the seats in the palace, the lord beside Yi Wuchen trembled, his face turning red. The Futian sword clan, a top force from the Eastern Barren Territory, came for his son? The leader of the 7th summit had personally sent out the invitation for Yi Wuchen. Luo Junlin had been so mighty in the 100 lands. Back then, the Royal Xian Temple had arrived and stayed in the air to call for Luo Junlin to go there. All of Kangi was shocked too. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Wuchen. His left arm was missing but he was still quiet. However, his eyes had changed. Before, Yi Wuchen was only a top talent of the Kangi kingdom. No one expected the Futian sword clan's leader could invite him. Not only there at the hotel, Shiro's eyes hardened and Luo Junlin shuddered. As for the others, they heard a boom inside their minds as if the sky was cracking. The Lu kingdom had escorted Yi Futian's group here. Their relationship went without saying. Now the leader of the Futian sword clan invited Yi Wuchen to cultivate with them. If Yi Wuchen agreed, another disciple of a top force would be born in the Kangi kingdom. There were many people gathered around the palace at the moment. All the strong cultivators and civilians of the Kangi kingdom were shaken. Many eyes at the banquet area were trained on Yi Wuchen. Right now he seemed like the star. What do you think? Yi Wuchen looked to Yi Futian, wanting to know what he thought. The 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and he looked to Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu. He was quite surprised that the first to arrive would be the Futian sword clan, and for Yi Wuchen at that. He wasn't too familiar with them but Lu Feiyong must know. The Futian sword clan has 7 summits with a leader for each, Lu Feiyong said. The Royal Xian Temple's leaders are ordered by ability but in the Futian sword clan, each summit is different. The 7th summit specializes in killing, especially in the killing sword techniques. According to rumors, the 7th summit leader is second only to the clan leader. the leader of the first summit. Li Daoyun is from the first summit. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He stood up and said, "Let's go out." Emperor Yi felt this way too. No one wanted to feast anymore. They all walked towards the lights outside the palace. The nobles of the Futian sword clan were still hovering on the swords in the sky outside the palace. A short while later they saw the comers. Many people were gathered there, all looking at the palace. In fact, Shiro and Emperor Luo's groups had come too. They wanted to witness this with their own eyes. "I am Yi Futian." "Greetings, seniors." Yi Futian bowed. The 7th summit of the Futian sword had come as guests. He must be respectful. "I am sure you know about the conflicts between Yi Wuchen and Li Daoyun. How will you settle this?" he asked, looking up. "Li Daoyun is the disciple of the first summit. We are from the 7th summit," one man said. "Our leader wishes to invite Yi Wuchen to cultivate. As for the conflicts, those are their private matters. The Futian sword clan will not get involved. Yi Wuchen is talented with the sword. We are the most suitable for him." "Thank you for your answer." Yi Futian nodded and smiled at Yi Wuchen. He said, "Wuchen, I'm sure you've made a decision." Yi Wuchen's eyes flashed. He was a pure swordsman and was obviously interested in swordsmanship. He hadn't considered them because of Li Daoyun, but now that a summit leader personally invited him, he was obviously tempted. The Futian sword clan was paradise for swordsmen. "I accept." Yi Wuchen nodded, showing his decision. "Great. When will you depart?" The swordsman asked straightforwardly. "I will go at the beginning of the year," Yi Wuchen answered. "All right." The man waved his hand and a sword started flashing. "You can fuse your spiritual energy into here. This sword will now represent you." Yi Wuchen accepted it and the swordsman continued. "We will report back now. Farewell." "Thank you." Yi Wuchen nodded. Several beams of sword light instantly cut past. They went into the distance and disappeared. Lord Yi was extremely excited. His son had joined the Futian sword clan, a top force of the Eastern Barren territory. Furthermore, the second top figure of the clan had sent the invitation personally. This was such an honor. "I didn't think Wuchen would be the first of the Yi family to leave Kangyi," Emperor Yi said. He was happy but also disappointed. His children were not as talented. "Thanks to you, Your Majesty." Lord Yi was overjoyed. "Let us return," Emperor Yi said cheerily. The group returned to their seats. But before long, the clouds turned in the sky above the palace. There was a long whistle and everyone looked up. A moment later, a beautiful demon broke through from the clouds. A blue phoenix. Everyone was shocked as they looked up. What's going on? The people around the palace trembled inwardly. The blue phoenix descended and countless angelic figures were atop it. Such beautiful angels. What was going on with the Kangyi kingdom today? Were these people from a top force too? "The Moon clan of the Eastern Barren territory is here to invite Hua Jieyu of the Kangyi kingdom to cultivate," the angel on the blue phoenix said. Shiro's expression grew even more uncomfortable. "Hua Jieyu?" Luo Junlin's face was chalky white. Before, Emperor Luo had wanted Hua Jieyu to marry him. Now she would also join a top force. "Welcome," a voice said in the palace. The angels of the Moon clan entered the palace with the blue phoenix. How can this be? Emperor Luo couldn't accept it. Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu had all been invited by top forces. The other emperors beside him were even paler. 3 top forces had landed in the Kangyi palace now. There was another terrifying gust of power in the air. Another demon flew in from the distance and appeared above the palace. There was an extremely beautiful girl at the front. She was clad in all white and her smile was mesmerizing. The group gazed at the banquet below. Smiling, the girl said, "Young Master Yi, your servant is here to see you." Representing the Witch clan. The Witch clan? Who's young Master Yi? In the palace, Yi Futian's face darkened. Hua Jieyu grinned at him, saying, "Your servant's here to see you." As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. "So classy," Yi Xiang said in disdain. "Yu Shang, don't be like him." "Oh." Yu Shang nodded obediently. Yi Futian glared at the girl in white. What was she doing here? "You're not welcome," he said, face dark. "How can you refuse your servant?" The Witch clan landed from the sky. Many strong cultivators had come too. The Kangyi people were numb at this sight. There was another dazzling light in the sky. A group came in majestic chariots. The strong cultivators wore elegant robes and their noble aura was obvious. When they came to the sky above, they walked out of the chariots. One stood and said, "The Qin dynasty from the center of the Eastern Barren Territory is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom." The Qin dynasty. Shiro's delicate frame shuddered. What was happening? "You're all so fast." At that time another voice rang out. A group of figures clad in white robes sped over from the distance. When they arrived, one man said, "The Donghua clan is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom." Luo Junlin's face was ghastly pale and bloodless. "Emperor Luo, were all the top forces grouping here? Could someone tell him what was happening?" The people around the palace rustled with excitement. They didn't know how powerful these forces were, but they seemed to be the most powerful of the Eastern Barren Territory. They'd all come to visit Kangyi. "Welcome, welcome," Emperor Yi kept saying. His voice was pleasantly surprised. This was crazy. Every force that arrived was a top force. What was with the world? They all entered the palace, but soon after, someone else came. "The Royal Xian Temple is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom." With that voice, a group arrived in the sky above. Inside the palace, many people were confused. The Royal Xian Temple was here too? Shiro and Luo Junlin stared at the descending group. "It's the headmaster," someone said behind Shiro. With that, he shot into the sky. The newcomers looked over and saw Shiro. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all here?" Shiro didn't know how to reply. She suddenly remembered how Lu Feiyang told her to ask for her father's opinion before making any decisions. "Luo Junlin, you are from the Hundred Lands and know the Kangyi Kingdom's emperor, correct? Are you familiar with Yi Futian and Yu Shang?" Luo Junlin's heart shuddered as his face paled even more. The Royal Xian Temple was here for Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Chapter 217 Speaking Humbly. Chapter 217. Speaking humbly. When the cultivator from the Royal Xian Temple saw Luo Junlin and the rest of his people at the Kangyi Palace, the first thought he had was that he might be acquainted with Emperor Yi. It was said that he was also the son of an emperor in the Hundred Lands. This was why they asked if he knew Yi Futian and his friends. However, the cultivator frowned at the sight of a pale-faced Luo Junlin. There seemed to be something amiss. "What's wrong?" Luo Junlin lifted his head to look at the noble plain cultivator in front of him. He didn't know what to say. It wasn't like he could tell the noble that he was here to kill Yi Futian. Shiro had the same helpless look on her face when she asked, "What did Yi Futian and Yu Shang do? Why have so many people from the Eastern Barren Territory come here?" One noble looked at Shiro. They were the headmaster's people and also nobles. So, even though Shiro was the daughter of the Fifth Lord, they needn't be especially respectful. Yi Futian and Yu Shang's noble fate is of the upper level. Yu Shang made 4 noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall, and Yi Futian took the light of the wall, answered the noble. Shiro's heart pounded heavily and her face paled. The same went for Luo Junlin. He could feel a suffocating pain in his heart. They were disciples of the Royal Xian Temple, so naturally, they knew what the noble figures on the ancient barren world's Mirror Mountain stone wall stood for. For noble figures. That was something only top-tier geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory could accomplish. And Yu Shang had done it. The noble also mentioned that Yi Futian took the light of the stone wall. Did he become famous overnight? The top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory sent people to fight over the two of them. "What is it?" the noble continued to ask. There was a strange look in the eyes of Shiro and Luo Junlin. Upon hearing the noble's continued questioning, the couple kept their mouth shut. Behind them, Emperor Luo, the Emperor of Yunchu, as well as the rest of their group, all had a stuffy feeling in their hearts. This was especially so for Emperor Chu and the other emperors. They had originally thought that even though they were making an enemy out of Yi Futian, they would still manage to acquaint themselves with the Royal Xian Temple, but now it seemed like Lu Feiyang was right. Could Shiro really represent the Royal Xian Temple? So he saw this coming. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had not joined the Lu Kingdom. They were simply escorting the group of youths back. Now various top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory had come for them. It's all over. Everyone shared this same thought. Although they were noble plain cultivators, They understood what everything that happened today added up to. Was it even a question that the people fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren territory would become nobles? And there wasn't just one person. It was 4. In the future, there would be multiple nobles in the Kangi kingdom. They were also going to be nobles from different top powers. Even if the emperors could escape unscathed now, would they be able to run from them later? They were the emperors of entire countries. The only thing they could do to save themselves was to abandon their countries and run. The daughter of a royal Xian temple lord and other disciples surrounded by palace today in attempts to kill Yi Futian. How are we worthy of a formal visit from the temple? A voice rang out from within the palace. It was Emperor Yi. The noble from temple had already guessed that something was wrong by the looks in Hishiro and Luo Junlin's eyes, but when he heard what Emperor Yi had said, his expression darkened even more. The royal Xian temple's chances of winning the fight over Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were slim to begin with, however. They still wanted to give it a shot, and that was the purpose of this trip. But now, since the daughter of the royal Xian temple's 5th lord had come and tried to kill Yi Futian, what was the point of trying to fight for him? They had already greatly offended him. Many nobles turned to stare at Hishiro and then at Luo Junlin. To him, one of the nobles asked, "It's because of you?" Hishiro had been cultivating at the center of the Eastern Barren territory, so how was it possible to start a rivalry with Yi Futian? They probably didn't even know each other. Luo Junlin was from the 100 Lands. Hishiro had come here with him and to kill Yi Futian of all things. It was obvious Luo Junlin was taking advantage of her. Luo Junlin was pale as a ghost. Although he was the disciple of the 5th lord, his status was nothing compared to the powerful nobles under the headmaster. How was he going to react to the nobles' questioning? This had nothing to do with him. "It was my decision," Hishiro said protectively. The noble looked at Hishiro with his cold eyes. In the world of cultivation, men had an innate advantage over females. Why? Because men were more logical and stronger emotionally. Women, on the other hand, were emotional and easily blinded by their emotions. It was obvious that Hishiro had already fallen deep. Perhaps she knew what Luo Junlin was using her powers for, but women in love often refused to admit the bad things even if they already knew. It was clear to everyone around though, but they couldn't do anything to her. Hishiro was the daughter of the 5th lord. "You shall report back to your father personally," said the noble. As he finished what he had to say, he led the others into the sky, leaving the palace. Their chances were already slim now with what Hishiro and Luo Junlin had done. Was there really a point in staying? "Shiro," Luo Junlin called out to his girlfriend. She didn't look like the strong girl who had stood up to protect him anymore. Hishiro looked like a gentle and frail, pretending to be calm. "It's nothing, Junlin. Let's go back." Okay, he nodded. What was the point in staying here now? What was he going to do? Terrorize and put pressure on Emperor Yi? Who was putting pressure on who? Cultivators from top powers kept arriving. Every clan that showed up added to the stress weighing down on them. "Miss He, what about what you promised before?" Emperor Chu and the others looked to Hishiro who had just turned around, preparing to leave. "You guys are on your own now. Take care," said Hishiro. She had to return and answer to her father now. How could she possibly bring people back to the temple with her? What was she going to say? "These people were the ones who helped me attempt to take down Yi Futian?" The color drained from all their faces. They felt a deep regret. Was this really the end? That bitch. She was just going to go back on her words so easily? Why did they come with Emperor Luo to threaten Emperor Yi? Why did they try to hurt Yi Futian's family? With tightly clenched fists, they all glared at Emperor Luo. He was in a daze right now. Emperor Luo no longer had the same imposing manner as he did when he gave the imperial order some time ago. He once said that in this big world, the fate of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was not decided by the heavens, but by him. What about now? Could this emperor from the Nandu nation still decide Yi Futian's fate? Everything had happened so fast. He was not prepared. It had only been about a year. A year that seemed like a dream now. Even if he is a genius that top powers fight over, his powers are not yet mature. He can still die, Emperor Luo thought to himself. He refused to believe this. All of this would be over as long as Yi Futian and the others died. Since things have already gotten to this point, How about you all follow me back to Nandu and we can figure out how to deal with this? How does that sound, everyone? Asked Emperor Luo. You still want to drag us into this with you? Emperor Chu questioned in anger. They still had a way out. They hadn't actually lifted a hand to hurt any of Yi Futian's family. There was still hope for them to be spared. But if they left with Emperor Luo at a time like this, it was going to be like tying themselves down on a sinking ship with him. Emperor Luo stared at his fellow emperors. His expression did not look good when he huffed loudly and left. After he left, Emperor Chu looked around at the other emperors. Now what? The looks on their face were not good. Had the opposing party only had one person join a top power, they wouldn't be like this. But now, as shocking and unbelievable as it was, all the top powers of the Eastern Barren territory have gathered. 4 of the opposing party was going to join a top power. If the emperors didn't find a way to resolve this situation, their emperor statuses wouldn't even be enough to change their fate. 1, they could abandon their countries and run off somewhere far away. Or 2, wait for Yi Futian and the others to come for them. Of course, there was another option, to leave with Emperor Luo and find a way to kill Yi Futian and his friends. However, it was too risky. If they decided to do that and anything went wrong with their plans, then they would truly be dead meat. These emperors had not gotten to Emperor Luo's level yet. He had long since created this unresolvable rivalry with Yi Futian. We'll apologize, said the emperor of the Yin Kingdom. It wasn't easy for an emperor to apologize to a youngster, but they had no other choice right now. Not only did they have to apologize, they were probably going to have to accept any conditions or requests he had. Many of the emperors sighed. This was their best bet. They all walked in the direction of the Kangyi Palace. The royal guards looked at them coldly. Please relay my message. I would like to see Emperor Yi and Yi Futian. The guards snickered sarcastically before saying in a cold tone. When young Master Yi asked you guys to resolve the situation, no one stepped out. Now you guys want to take care of it? Young Master Yi is very busy now. You think you can just see him whenever you please? You. Emperor Chu was a bit embarrassed. How dare a mere palace guard talk to him like this? I what? The guard had a large physique. His eyes widened as he stared at Emperor Chu coldly. What was he doing acting almighty? Things were different now. When these emperors of different countries arrived, they looked so imposing. Their aura was strong enough to crush everything in the palace. Now they were ready to speak humbly and ask for forgiveness. Did they still think they were high and mighty emperors? If so, then they could scram and wait for Yi Futian to come knocking. The events of today had taken a complete 180. No one cared about minor characters such as the palace guards, but they too were shaken up. The future was so unpredictable. Emperors who were all high and mighty just a while ago were now only able to act humbly. These people wouldn't even dare do anything to the guards. We want to give our most sincere apologies. Please relay our message, said Emperor Chu with his hands clasped. He had to just put up with it. Wait here, said the guard. He felt pride. So what if that was an emperor? He still had to lower his head to me. This was such an exhilarating feeling. But the guard knew, all this was possible because of Yi Futian's return. Otherwise, the Kangyi Kingdom would be in a dangerous situation. However, from here on out, the Kangyi Kingdom's status in the Hundred Lands was going to be like no other. No other country could possibly compare. This was what real power was. Far away, the gathered crowd heard the conversation between the emperors and the guards. It took a while for them to recover from their shock. When one person succeeded, all those around them would benefit. Luo Junlin was the best example of this. Now, Kangyi had not just 1 but 4 extreme geniuses. Furthermore, 3 of them were actually from the Nandu nation. How ironic. Chapter 218, right? Chapter 218, right? It was a different scene at the banquet in the Kangyi Kingdom's palace. People from all the top forces arrived gradually and Emperor Yi rose to welcome them all. It was extremely busy. Of course, it seemed a bit chaotic too. The strong cultivators of the Kangyi Kingdom were a bit dazed. Their hearts were in turmoil seeing this situation. Even Yixiang and Hua Fenglu were shaken. What exactly did Yi Futian and the others do in the ancient barren world? Why are you here? Yi Futian saw the witch walk over. Her body was curvaceous and her features were extremely mesmerizing. I took care of you for so long in the ancient barren world and traveled for so long to come here. Yet you are still so heartless. Gu Biyue looked hurt and pitiful. Those who didn't know the details thought something had truly happened between them. Many from the Kangyi kingdom looked at Yi Futian, thinking about how powerful he was. Even such a beauty was loyal to him. They couldn't help but be impressed. Yeah, why don't you keep her by your side? Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Futian. The others mourned for Yi Futian. She seemed jealous. No way. Jieyu, don't you understand me? Yi Futian asked, feeling wronged. Of course I do. That's why I said that, Hua Jieyu replied, grinning. Yi Futian's face darkened. The witch had ruined him. Seeing Yi Futian glare at her, the witch smiled like a blooming flower. I come today to invite young Master Yi to join the witch clan. No matter what you wish for, I can fulfill it. Hua Jieyu was still smiling at Yi Futian, but he just blinked. The treatment sounded nice, but he wasn't like that. Beautiful girls were nothing to him. He wasn't a pervert. Thanks but no thanks, Yi Futian said, rejecting the temptation. Hearing his serious refusal, Hua Jieyu's smile grew dazzling. Young Master Yi, you are so cruel, Gu Biyue said, hurt. Then she turned to Yu Sheng. Would you like to join the witch clan? Yi Qingxian immediately walked up and grabbed Yu Sheng's hand, staring at the witch menacingly. No, Yu Sheng said. The witch didn't mind. She just smiled at Yi Qingxian. She didn't have high hopes and just came to see the drama. Which clan would Yi Futian and the others choose? Hua Jieyu, are you willing to join the Moon Clan? An angelic figure asked at that moment. Hua Jieyu looked over deep in thought. The Moon Clan is best for women to cultivate in. Our cultivation techniques are unique as well. Even the college cannot surpass us in this aspect. The Moon Clan member's voice had a womanly charm and gentleness. The Moon Clan truly is the paradise for girls, Lu Feiyong said from the side. Being a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory, their abilities were undeniable. There were countless angelic figures from the Moon Clan who were extremely renowned. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Yi Futian and saw that he was looking at her. There was some unwillingness to leave in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly. Yi Futian smiled. Immediately understanding her, he reached out to pat Hua Jieyu's head. I'll support whatever decision you make. Hua Jieyu let Yi Futian mess up her hair. She nodded gently and looked to the Moon Clan representative. I am willing to cultivate with the Moon Clan. She wanted to cultivate with Yi Futian, but there was no time for personal feelings in the world of cultivation. They'd experienced the despair of Donghai City together, and knew how important power was. She didn't want to keep Yi Futian down. Furthermore, this guy was so talented. There would be more and more girls like the witch beside him. As they grew, there would be even better girls. She believed in Yi Futian's feelings for her, but she wished to improve too. She wanted to be better than all the girls around him. That way he could feel proud too. All right. The angel smiled. She also gave Hua Jieyu a decree. This meant she was now a member of the Moon Clan. Like Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu would depart at the beginning of the year. The Moon Clan departed. Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu had all chosen clans. You were with them too. How come no one came for you? Lin Yuyao's father asked from the back of the crowd. They were an important family of Kangyi, but now, he was jealous. I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Yuyao thought of how Yi Futian had gently taught Hua Jieyu at the Mirror Mountain stone wall, and glared in their direction with resentment. Don't get involved, her father cautioned. Her words were a little strange. Even though his daughter was the #1 beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, she couldn't keep someone like Yi Futian. Putting Hua Jieyu to the side, even the witch of the witch clan couldn't do it, so how could Lin Yuyao? The witch's features were equal to Lin Yuyao, and had made many men fall for her charms. Yi Futian. At that time, the cultivators who came in chariots walked over. The leader was dressed elegantly. He said, I come from the Qin dynasty to invite you and Yu Sheng to join us. If you accept, your status will be equal to that of a prince. Unfortunately, you have a lover. Otherwise, we can also choose a princess to marry below her rank. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. There were so many temptations today. Hua Jieyu smiled at him. Was he tempted again? Of course, if you have any other requests, please say them. Anyway, do not be worried of restrictions in the Qin dynasty. The man continued. The top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory were unwilling to join kingdoms because of the restrictions. They could never be equal to the royalty, and it was difficult to forge closer relationships. Thus, this man tried to dissolve Yi Futian's worries in that aspect. The Qin dynasty once ruled the Eastern Barren territory. They kept their downfall close to heart. They absorbed talented people each generation to continue improving. A kingdom is a kingdom nevertheless. No matter what treatment he receives, he'll never have the surname of Qin, someone said. The Qin dynasty cultivator frowned and glared at the speaker. Someone from the Donghua clan. Yi Futian, the Donghua clan is close to the number 1 force in the Eastern Barren territory. Different from the kingdom, once you join the Donghua clan, you'll be one of the core members, the Donghua clan member said. In the ancient Barren world, our junior disrespected you, but with your talent, you mustn't hold grudges with someone of the same generation. Rather, you should surpass them. Yi Futian glanced at him. He'd once asked Tang Yi from the college whether he could represent the college. Hua Qingqi was the same, of course. He couldn't represent the Donghua clan, so Yi Futian didn't mind. The Donghua clan's words were still meaningful. Of course, you can also make any requests you'd like, the man said. Number 1 clan? With your foundation you're still lacking, the Qin dynasty cultivator mocked. We are at least the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yu Shang. The Donghua clan member chuckled. Everyone watched as the two top forces fought. They all understood that Yi Futian would most likely join one of the top 3, the college, Donghua clan, and the Qin dynasty. The other groups understood this too. They didn't even come or just came for the fun. Stop arguing, a faint voice said. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Another voice said, no matter how you argue, he won't go with you. Nonsense. Who are you? The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty all looked in the direction of the voice. There, a figure walked over quietly. It was a scholarly young man. He walked casually, not too fast and not too slow. Without any announcement, he appeared before their eyes. The other forces all looked at him. Some knew him. Some had never seen him before. Those who knew him all narrowed their eyes, thinking he came too? I thought they don't care about other business, but he came for Yi Futian too? Because he will go with me, the scholar said with ease. It seemed that everything was decided the moment he arrived. Such an arrogant guy, those who didn't know him thought. How could he overlook the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan like that? Even if he was from the college, how could he be like this? Is he from the college? Gu Biyue asked her clan member. The noble member's expression changed, clearly in shock. Yes. He nodded. Gu Biyue guessed correctly. The scholar was indeed from the college. He walked over to somewhere near Yi Futian, a faint smile on his face. Just as he'd imagined, Yi Futian was very attractive. Yi Futian had noticed everyone's expressions, of course. When the scholar arrived, many people fell silent. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty members looked uncomfortable, but didn't refute the newcomer. This was very strange. Are you from the college? Yi Futian asked. Yes and no. The scholar nodded and then shook his head. Yi Futian didn't understand. So was it yes or no? Senior, why are you sure that I'll go with you? Yi Futian asked curiously. This guy seemed even more arrogant than him. Hearing his words, the scholar laughed. His laugh was gentle, but the words he uttered afterward were not gentle at all. With me here, who dares to take you away? He looked at the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty. Right. Chapter 219 Qingyi Dynasty. Chapter 219. Qingyi Dynasty. The people from the Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty looked frustrated. Clearly, they already knew the identity of this person. As members of the top 3 forces in the Eastern Barren territory, they were actually questioned in such a manner. Someone from the Donghua clan said, Gu Donglu, this is too much. Since the college cottage wants you, the Qin dynasty will contest no more. The people from the Qin dynasty said, after which they left in displeasure. Obviously, they were somewhat unhappy. Very soon, the carriage ascended into the sky and the people from the Qin dynasty departed directly. Originally, the Donghua clan could contest, even if they were against the college. However, since he had arrived, and the cottage wanted Yi Futian, their attempt to contest would surely be futile. Furthermore, what kind of person was Gu Donglu? He would not even give them the chance to contest. You are not leaving yet? Gu Donglu looked at the people from the Donghua clan as he asked tonelessly. The faces of the people from the Donghua clan darkened further. Although they were powerful nobles, they were indeed not confident in front of this person. Goodbye, the people from the Donghua clan said. Then they turned around and left in anger, appearing to be extremely displeased. The scholar turned his head slowly and looked at Yi Futian, after which he smiled gently. His smile was very mild and looked just like a typical scholar. Then he said, "Look, they're all gone." Yi Futian looked at the scene in front of him, stunned. The nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan left simply because of his words? This seemingly harmless scholar is such a powerful deterrent? The people from the Qin dynasty said that he is from the college cottage. What place is that? The people from the Lu kingdom, which clan and the like looked at the scholar, and then glanced at Yi Futian again. They did not expect him to become a disciple of the college cottage. Nevertheless, a smile quickly appeared on Lu Feiyang's face. When he escorted Yi Futian and his team back to Kangyi, he was not expecting him to join the Lu kingdom in the first place. Therefore, when the Futian Sword clan and the Moon clan were inviting Yi Wuxian and Hua Jieyu, he was also objectively speaking for the two clans. At the moment someone from the cottage had come. The Eastern Barren territory was already destined to have another towering figure in the future. He could not refrain from anticipating Yi Futian's future. The scholar Gu Donglu was also a disciple from the college cottage. When he arrived, even the nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had to back away. Was it because of his identity? Of course not. It was because of his powers. If they really ended up in a fight, the nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would probably lose to him badly. In addition, if he was not from the college cottage, he would most likely not dare to fight the rest. However, since he was from the cottage, there would be nothing which he would not dare to do. From their knowledge, there were only 8 people in the college cottage at the moment. One was the teacher and the rest students. Now, Yi Futian would become the 8th student of the cottage. "Senior, can you give me a reason why I should follow you?" Yi Futian asked. "I am from the cottage," the scholar said as he smiled. "After you enter the cottage, no force in the Eastern Barren territory will dare to touch you openly, unless they want to die." This was the confidence a person from the cottage would have. Nobody would dare to touch the people from the cottage, not even any forces, unless they wanted to die. Of course, the forces which hid themselves to carry out assassinations were not included. It sounded very powerful. From the look of it, once he entered the cottage, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Eastern Barren territory in the future. It was indeed an extremely good reason. At least, the events in the Donghai city would definitely not happen to him. Enter Lu Feiyang, who was beside Yi Futian, reminded him with only one word. Nobody would reject the invitation from the cottage. However, such an invitation was a wild wish for countless people in the first place. But now Yi Futian had such a chance. How could he miss it? "I accept." Yi Futian smiled at the scholar. Even though the introduction of the place was short, it seemed to suit him a lot. Such an outstanding person like him would naturally go to the best places. The college cottage seemed to be such a place. "Can you Sheng follow me to the cottage to learn?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes." The scholar nodded. He left 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall, so he also has a chance. "When will you leave for the cottage?" "The beginning of next year," Yi Futian replied. "All right," the scholar said as he smiled. "See you at the cottage." "See you at the cottage." Yi Futian nodded. The scholar turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back. His speed was still unhurried and he soon disappeared. Since then, Yi Futian and the other 3 all had places to go to. Yi Futian entered the cottage, Yi Wuxian entered the Futian Sword clan, and Hua Jieyu entered the Moon clan. Yu Sheng would follow Yi Futian into the cottage to cultivate. Although Yu Sheng was not invited by the cottage, Yi Futian believed that with Yu Sheng's talents and strength, after entering the cottage, the people there would know what to do. In the ancient barren world, Yu Sheng did not show how outstanding he really was. The 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall could not prove much. Lu Qinyu stared at Yi Futian and the rest. In the ancient barren world, they had displayed absolute charm, and now, they were also starting to get their rewards, especially Yi Futian, who was able to turn the Mirror Mountain stone wall dim, and receive a personal invitation from Gu Donglu from the cottage. In the future, they would perhaps leave a legend in the Eastern Barren territory. It seems like I have wasted my trip. Which Gubus stared at Yi Futian with some resentment as she said slowly, in the future, if we meet in the Eastern Barren territory again, I hope that you will still remember me. Yi Futian gave a black look. Then Witch Gubus and the people from the witch clan also left. In the first place, she did not expect too much. Her major intention was to see for herself what would happen at the place and which force Yi Futian would join. The ending was beyond her expectation. He actually joined the cottage. The college cottage had not been admitting disciples for many years. As the different forces left one after the other, only people from the Lu Kingdom and the Kangyi Kingdom remained in the imperial palace, just like how it was originally. However, everyone knew that at the moment as compared to before, everything was different whether it was the people here or the Kangyi Kingdom. Your Majesty, young Master Yi, the emperors from the Yunchu nation and the other kingdoms requested to see you in order to apologize. After the people from the various forces left, the imperial bodyguard who had come with the message stepped forward and reported so. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Do you want to apologize now? Previously, when they were asked to settle the issue, no one paid any attention. Furthermore, they stood firmly alongside Hishiro from the Royal Xian Temple. This change in attitude was indeed very fast. After pondering for a while, Yi Futian said, "Let them in." Yes. The guard nodded, after which he backed and left. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any opinions?" Emperor Yi stared at Yi Futian and then said, "They came here with Emperor Luo in order to threaten me to hand over your teacher and the rest. Now, they come here to apologize similarly because of you. Naturally, you can decide on this matter." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. After a while, the emperors from the Yunchu nation, the Yan Kingdom, and the other kingdoms came over. In total, there were 6 emperors. At the moment, their expressions were very perplexed. As noble figures, it was really embarrassing for them to apologize to a Dharma Plain Jr. However, they were relieved after thinking about the status Yi Futian and his team would have in the future. Yi Futian and the other 3 all managed to enter the top forces, and they would only become more powerful than Hishiro. They had to bow down in front of even Hishiro, so it would be fine to do the same in front of Yi Futian. Moreover, they did not have a choice. If the issue that had happened in the day was not settled, and Yi Futian kept bearing the grudge, even if he did not use the forces in the Eastern Barren territory to deal with them at the moment, what would happen when they themselves grew up in the future? Just now, we were deluded by Emperor Luo and did something very foolish. We hope that young Master Yi can forgive us, the emperor from the Yunchu nation said. He even bowed slightly and swallowed his pride. He took Yi Futian as someone with the same status as Hishiro. Not long ago, all of you were very unyielding. Now why do you apologize? I can't afford that. Emperors, please leave, Yi Futian said, smiling. All the emperors cursed Yi Futian in their minds. Since they were allowed to enter, the problem could clearly be alleviated. However, at the moment he said so deliberately to give them some pressure. Young Master Yi, whatever you want from us, please say. The emperor from the Yan Kingdom joined his hands together and said submissively. Now whatever Yi Futian wanted, they had to agree. You will accept anything? Yi Futian asked. The few emperors could feel their hearts bleeding, as they already started to guess what Yi Futian would put forward. However, at this point they could only do so. Young Master Yi, since you have let us in, you obviously will not ask us to die. Whatever other conditions you have, please say. Submit to Kangyi. Yi Futian's voice suddenly turned cold. His few words caused all the emperors to tremble. The sentence was short but relentless. Submit to Kangyi. Yi Futian stared at the few emperors with his emotionless face. They had followed Emperor Luo to force Emperor Yi to hand over the people, wanted to kill him and bring away his master and masteress. Previously he asked them to settle the problem but nobody agreed, and they still followed the Royal Xian Temple. Now they wanted to resolve the matter in a simple way. Impossible. This is the first condition. If you don't agree, you can leave, Yi Futian said tonelessly. It was only the first condition. The emperors struggled within their hearts. However, thinking of following the footsteps of the Royal Xian Temple just now, their mood calmed down slowly. At the moment the Kangyi Kingdom and Yi Futian were connected. Submitting to Kangyi was equivalent to submitting to Yi Futian, and this was not unacceptable. In a few years' time, the Kangyi kingdom would definitely become the king of all the kingdoms. Alright, I agree. Thinking about this, Emperor Chu gritted his teeth and agreed. I agree as well. The various emperors sighed in their hearts. But under such a circumstance, what else could they possibly do? The second condition, your family shall move and stay in the Kangyi imperial city. The Kangyi kingdom will become the Kangyi dynasty, and all of your kingdoms will be attached to the Kangyi dynasty, Yi Futian continued. The hearts of the few emperors trembled again. Yi Futian was trying to bind them to the Kangyi kingdom completely. The third condition, you will no longer control your kingdoms directly. From now on, you will listen to the orders from the Kangyi imperial palace for 10 years. After 10 years, I will return you your freedom, Yi Futian said slowly. Of course, maybe 10 years later you will not want to leave this place. 10 years was enough for him to grow. I agree. I agree. The emperors from the various kingdoms gritted their teeth and nodded. 10 years was not very long for them, so they would rather use the 10 years to exchange for solving all the future troubles. Emperor Yi and the people from the Kangyi kingdom witnessed everything and their hearts could not remain calm. They knew that from the moment onwards, the Kangyi kingdom would become the strongest kingdom in the 100 lands. The Kangyi dynasty. Chapter 220 Zhaozhen. Chapter 220. Yi Zhao's and the 6 emperors all left. Yi Futian gave them some time to process everything and announce their submission to Kangyi. Now, Kangyi kingdom's threat no longer existed. Yi Futian had also accomplished his goal for going to the ancient barren world. He didn't plan on dealing with Emperor Luo just now. Even if Lu Feiyang was willing to help, Shiro, with her feelings for Luo Junlin, would definitely get involved. Angering her would be a risk for Kangyi. Emperor Luo was no longer a threat to Yi Futian and Kangyi, so Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin would just have to wait. The following days must be torture for them. The lords and high officials that had come gradually left. Even after leaving, it took a long while before they were calm again. Everything that had happened today was like a dream. It was too shocking. The Kangyi kingdom had grouped all the strongest of the Eastern Barren territory in one day. The people felt that their kingdom had created a miracle. Countless years later, these young men and women would probably become people they worshipped. The banquet was no longer as lively as before. They were all still shocked. Even Emperor Yi felt like he'd been dreaming. Futian, he suddenly said, you gave me a lot of pressure. The Kangyi kingdom was now the hero. The power brought by everything that had happened today was mainly because Yi Futian's group had joined the Eastern Barren territory. He personally could not intimidate any of the emperors. Though happy about Kangyi's status, he was also anxious. Your Majesty, you covered the Nandu Palace with sword aura for me. This should be nothing to you. Yi Futian chuckled and called the Black Wind Eagle over. It had a bag on it. Yi Futian opened the bag and dumped out swords, staffs, gyukins, and powerful ritual implements. Your Majesty, this sword is for you, Yi Futian said, pulling out a sword. Then he gave Hua Fenglu a small stone statue. Master, please hold on to this. Your Majesty and Senior Yi Xiang, if you'd like to comprehend noble fate, you can cultivate with my master. This ritual implement clothing is for Masteress. This is for Senior Yi, this is for Aunt Tang. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Yi Futian gave away all the precious items. They felt the items and were deeply shocked. Noble ritual implements. This stone statue. Hua Fenglu was even more shocked. He could feel that the small statue contained incredible noble intent. Thinking of how Yi Futian had casually put all these things on the Black Wind Eagle's back, their hearts all convulsed. This guy was such a bastard. Futian, where are these from? Emperor Yi asked. Some I got by myself and others were given by people. Yi Futian smiled sweetly and scratched his head. When the Empress told him to choose some treasures from the Lulan Palace in the ancient barren world, he'd only chosen some to give as gifts. He'd even left the flame scepter behind and chose something else. He was a good guy. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu were speechless at this. They didn't care about the noble ritual implements, but Yi Futian had gotten the statue at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. He'd given it so easily to his teacher. What did this mean? It was priceless and attractive even to top forces. But for Yi Futian, he seemed to feel nothing. It made sense though. He had a full attribute noble fate. He didn't need to worry about comprehending noble intent. He didn't need it. Capricious. Too capricious. Wait until I learn some cool techniques after cultivating in the Eastern Barren territory. Your Majesty, you'll be so powerful you can sweep all of the 100 lands. You don't need to feel stressed. Yi Futian grinned brightly at Emperor Yi. Seeing that bright and pure smile, Emperor Yi felt warm inside. For some reason, the image of their first meeting at the Fenghua banquet suddenly arose in his mind. At that time, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been extremely confident and powerful. He remembered how, after it ended, Yu Shang said that he was a nice guy. Emperor Yi had been so tickled. Afterward, he felt from their requests that they valued relationships. That was why he was willing to declare war on Emperor Luo for Yi Futian. Now, this guy was only in the Dharma plane, but he already worked to help rid Kangyi of threats. The joking and frivolous guy was actually so pure inside. A strange thought flashed past Emperor Ye's mind. It would be so perfect if Yi Futian was his son. Thinking of his own children, his mood dropped. He gazed around and asked coldly, "Where's Yi Xiao?" The people looked around but couldn't find him. "Find him," Emperor Yi ordered. The guards left instantly. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi met eyes. When their brother had returned to Kangyi, he'd said bad things about Yi Futian to their father. Emperor Yi would definitely have thoughts after seeing how Yi Futian treated Kangyi. "Futian, did Yi Xiao do anything to you in the ancient barren world?" Emperor Yi asked. Back then Yi Xiao had reported something, but he didn't know the specifics. "Your Majesty, they're just small things. It's already in the past," Yi Futian said, not minding. He would help Emperor Yi improve and Kangyi would always be Emperor Ye's. He didn't care about Yi Xiao. He didn't have to do anything to Yi Xiao regarding those things since he was Emperor Ye's son, after all. There's something else. When Emperor Luo came to force me to hand the people over, Yi Xiao went to the Imperial Advisor's mountain and brought them over, Emperor Yi said. He didn't keep it a secret. Yi Xiao's matter must be resolved. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. He looked at Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang. "Your Majesty, we came voluntarily. Please don't worry about it," Hua Fenglu said to Emperor Yi. He didn't want to make a scene. Not only did Emperor Yi help Yi Futian, he'd also accepted Hua Jieyu as his goddaughter and protected them all. "Since you're all protecting him, I'll punish him myself." Emperor Yi sighed inwardly. Both Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt indebted to him, and were unwilling to punish Yi Xiao. However, his son's actions chilled him. After a while Yi Xiao came over trembling. He'd realized something was wrong when the various forces of the Eastern Barren territory arrived and didn't dare to stay. He was worried Yi Futian's group would notice him, but unexpectedly he couldn't escape. They'd thought of him so quickly. "Father." Yi Xiao saw Emperor Ye's dark face and got a bad feeling. "Kneel," Emperor Yi ordered coldly. Yi Xiao's face turned white as he knelt down. "Is there anything you'd like to say?" "Father." Hearing Emperor Ye's words, Yi Xiao's heart quivered. "I don't understand." "In that case, there's no need for you to understand. From now on, Yi Xiao shall be reduced to a commoner and never step foot in the palace again." Emperor Ye's eyes were cold. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Xiao had had his status revoked. He wasn't even a prince anymore, let alone anywhere close to the throne. Yi Xiao's face was ghastly pale. Glaring at Yi Futian, he said, "Father, you'd rather trust an outsider than me. I can't accept it." Idiotic and stubborn. Emperor Yi waved his hand. A terrifying current blasted against Yi Xiao, making him fly back. Emperor Yi uttered coldly, "Get out." Yi Futian had tried to help Yi Xiao, but he thought that Yi Futian had complained about him. Yi Xiao coughed, blood trickling from his lips. Dazed, he walked out with strong resentment in his eyes. He'd been the closest to the throne, but now, he would lose everything. "Find everyone who returned to the palace with Yi Xiao," Emperor Yi ordered. Yi Xiao was only a prince, but they were willing to lie to the crown with him. It was unacceptable. "Yes." The guard bowed and left. Yi Futian watched this without doing anything. He didn't mind what happened at the ancient barren world, but since this involved his teacher, he couldn't allow it. Yi Xiao had his mind set on the crown, but now, he would lose everything. "Futian, if you think this isn't enough, you can do whatever you want," Emperor Yi said. "Your Majesty, this has already passed," Yi Futian said. "All right. It has passed." Emperor Yi nodded. Thank you for this, Yi Futian said to Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. He really owed them this time. It's nothing. I plan on staying for a few days. Is that all right? Lu Feiyang chuckled. It's almost the end of the year. You're not going back? Yi Futian asked, a bit shocked. The others will, but Qinyu and I plan on spending the New Year's here. At the start of the next year, we can have the Kuanping escort you all to the Eastern Barren territory, Lu Feiyang said with a smile. Since he'd already escorted them here, he would take them back too. What about the Lu Kingdom? It's no problem. After all, this involves Qinyu's future, Lu Feiyang said teasingly. Beside them, Lu Qinyu was speechless. Felt like she'd been sold out. Yes, relationships must be nurtured. Yi Futian totally agreed with Lu Feiyang and nodded seriously. You must stay. I'm leaving. Yi Wuqian was done. Wuqian, the princess, is staying. How can you leave? Yi Futian asked. Lord Yi, what do you think? Yes, Lord Yi said, nodding. Wuqian, why don't you stay in the palace? Take the princess around when you have time. Correct. Emperor Yi nodded too. Thus Yi Wuqian was forced to stay. Now, Kangyi Kingdom's crisis was finally over. However, the shockwaves created by the event were still festering. What had happened would first spread throughout the imperial city. Then it would spread throughout the Kangyi Kingdom to the Nandu Nation's imperial city and out. Then there would be another huge news in the Hundred Lands. Yunchu, Yan, and the other major kingdoms would submit to Kangyi. Chapter 221. The Sky of an 18-Year-Old. Chapter 221. The sky of an 18-year-old. Days passed by one after another. Over these days, the imperial palace of the Kangyi Kingdom had been very lively, and occasionally, the emperors in the Hundred Lands would come to pay a visit. The 6 kingdoms had announced that they would submit, and the formation of the Kangyi dynasty was already inevitable. Moreover, nobody dared to team up and deal with the Kangyi Kingdom. Yi Futian, Yushang, and the other 2 were already disciples of the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory at the moment. Under this general trend, the rise of the Kangyi Kingdom was already unstoppable, and everyone could only adapt to the trend. Before anyone realized it, the end of the 10,001st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar had approached, and the year was almost over. In the last night of the year, the imperial palace of the Kangyi Kingdom was ablaze with lights. An annual banquet had been arranged in the emperor's palace. Emperor Yi, the queen, the princes and princesses, as well as Yi Futian and his team, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were all present, making the place seem particularly lively. Come, let us drink together. At the moment, Emperor Yi proposed a toast. Everyone else smiled and raised their glasses, after which they drank the alcohol in their glasses together. I do not know why, but I always feel that many things have happened this year. It's almost like many years have passed and the year seems pretty long. Emperor Yi smiled as he said. Maybe it's because I am getting old and hence sentimental. I feel the same as well. Hua Fenglu nodded and said. Although I didn't do much this year, I seem to have gone through a lot. Master, you have recovered from your injury, and also married Aunt Tang. How can you say that you have not done much? Yi Futian chipped in as he smiled. Right. Mainly, I have seen you undergo a lot. Hua Fenglu sighed. Maybe that's true. Yi Futian smiled. Indeed, he had such a feeling. In the year, he had experienced many major events. He escaped from the Donghai city to the Kangyi Kingdom, participated in the Fenghua banquet, and then visited the Tingfeng banquet. Next, Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple, and the ancient barren world opened. He fought in the ancient barren world and finally returned. Everything had happened in merely 1 year. He felt like he had experienced too much. The things in the world are really unpredictable, Yi Xiang also said emotionally. Just before the end of last year, I was still planning to send Yi Futian, Yushang and the rest to the Nandu Nation Imperial City to take part in the Tingfeng banquet once the year passed. However, everything changed after that. Luckily, it's all over now. Futian has not let us down. Hua Fenglu nodded. Near the end of the previous year, they were caught in a disaster and were almost doomed eternally. It's so rare to get a compliment from you, Yi Futian said, smiling. It was indeed not easy to receive praise from Yi Xiang. Don't be complacent. Emperor Luo is still alive, and Luo Junlin will also continue to cultivate in the Royal Xian Temple. It's not all over yet. Don't forget what Elder Qin had done for you. You have to get revenge yourself in the future, Yi Xiang said suddenly with a serious tone. He had to give Yi Futian a heavy blow as young people tend to get complacent easily. He clearly knew that Yi Futian's talents were unparalleled, but precisely because he was so gifted, he must not be impetuous. Yi Futian would always need a strong motivation to work. I understand. Yi Futian nodded in a serious manner. Thinking about his grandmaster, his happy demeanor also disappeared. Emperor Luo, Minister Hua, the Nanda clan and the Donghai Academy were all responsible for killing his grandmaster. He had not taken his revenge yet but would remember them for the moment. The news about the Kangyi kingdom would probably be passed to the Donghai city. I wonder how the important people in the Nanda clan and the Donghai Academy will feel now? Can they still feel as superior as they have in the past? Father, let's not talk about this today, Yi Qingxian said. All right, let's not. Yi Xiang nodded. How about we talk about you and Yu Sheng? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingxian blushed slightly. Yi Xiang started to laugh immediately. Time really passes fast. In the blink of an eye, you are already 18. Smiling, Hua Fenglu looked at the young man in front of him. He could still vividly recall the events in the Qingzhou Academy in those days. In such a short period of time they had already grown up. An 18-year-old is no longer considered a juvenile. They would embark on a whole new part of their lives. I'm already 18. Father-in-law, when can I marry Jieyu? Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone looked at him with a laugh. Nanda Wanyin said softly, at that time in the Nanda clan, I have promised to betroth her to you. She's already yours, so why the hurry? Heir. Yi Futian blinked. Then smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and nodded in a serious manner. Mistress, you are right. Mother. Seeing Yi Futian's sly smile, Hua Jieyu looked at her mother uncontrollably. Which mother would betray her daughter like this? Everyone at the banquet stared at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The 18-year-old Yi Futian was already extraordinarily handsome and looked distinguished and suave, while Hua Jieyu was slim and graceful. As compared to the immature her in the city of Qingzhou when she was 15 or 16, the 18-year-old Hua Jieyu was already a disastrously charming lady. She had perfectly inherited the looks of Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanyin, and her body was overflowing with the purity and beauty of youth. The scene of the two sitting together was like a drawing presented in front of everyone. They all blessed the two silently and hoped that the two could remain so throughout their lives. The annual banquet ended in warmth and harmony. Yi Futian and the other young people planned to go out for a walk. The year-end Kangyi Kingdom Imperial City was extremely bustling, and even more lively than the city of Qingzhou they had been to. Danshan Lingxi, where shall we go and play? Yi Futian asked Yi Danshan and the rest as they walked along the bustling streets of the Kangyi city. Do you want to take a tour around the lake? Yi Lingxi smiled and asked back. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. I will bring you to the Kangyi lake. Yi Lingxi smiled and then led the way. After a while, they arrived in front of the Kangyi lake. Under the night sky, the lights were luminous and the fireworks brilliant. Cruise ships sailed in the lake in an endless stream, making the scene extremely magnificent. Should I go and find a cruise ship? Yi Danshan asked. You can go and help them find one. I want to appreciate the lake scenery with Jieyu here, Yi Futian said as he smiled. You want to enjoy each other's company? Lu Feiyang smiled. Seems like I am somewhat unnecessary here. Wuxian, help me to take care of Qinyu. I will go back first. After speaking, he actually turned around and really left. Then you just play here. I will take a walk around with Lingxi. Yi Danshan looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu with a smile on his face. Then the two left the place together. We will take a tour around the lake. Yi Qingxian pulled Yu Sheng along and left. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu with a smile. He just kept staring at the two in silence. We will just take a walk around? Lu Qinyu opened her eyes wide at Yi Futian and then spoke to Yi Wuqian. All right. Yi Wuqian nodded and the two also left. Only Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were left beside the Kangyi lake. Of course there were many visitors around them. Occasionally, some people would stare at the two, as the qualities and looks of the two were indeed extraordinary. There were also a few people who could recognize Yi Futian, which caused them to be shocked. This is the person who changed the situation of the Hundred Lands and gathered the people from all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Why do I feel that you have a conspiracy? Hua Jieyu stared at Yi Futian. Isn't this scene familiar? Yi Futian said, smiling. Yeah. Hua Jieyu nodded. During that time in the city of Qingzhou, the scene was somewhat similar. It was just that the Kangyi kingdom was even more lively. Yi Futian extended his arm and grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand. Gazing at the scenery in front, he smiled brightly. I miss it so much. Do you want to reveal your feelings to me again? Hua Jieyu blinked. Then she blushed slightly and wanted to withdraw her hand from Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not let her go. He grabbed her hand firmly and turned his head, looking at the beautiful face in front. Hua Jieyu opened her eyes wide at him in anger, after which she turned her head away and gave a soft humph. Her face was, however, filled with shyness. The blush on her face was very captivating. Yi Futian was flirting with her on purpose. That time at the Qingzhou Lake, she held Yi Futian's hand actively and confirmed her love relationship with him. Why is my fox always so attractive? Whenever I see you, my heartbeat will accelerate uncontrollably, Yi Futian said in a gentle voice. Hua Jieyu stared at him without blinking as her face turned even redder. What's wrong with this guy today? Did you do something bad? Hua Jieyu blinked and asked in a suspicious tone. Yi Futian's face turned black and he said, What bad things can I do? In the Eastern Barren Territory when I am not beside you, do you plan to do bad things? Hua Jieyu asked as she smiled. You are the only one in my eyes, Yi Futian said in all seriousness. Humph. Hua Jieyu gave a lovable humph and turned her head away, but some happiness appeared in her eyes and her heart was filled with sweetness. Even if Yi Futian was only speaking honeyed words, she would still be willing to be deceived. Close your eyes, Yi Futian said again. Hua Jieyu looked at him and said in a shy tone, What do you want? Yi Futian extended his hands and embraced her slim waist gently, while his head moved closer to her gradually. Hua Jieyu's heart pulsed and a charming blush appeared on her face. She closed her eyes slowly and raised her head slightly. The lights shone upon her gorgeous face and even time itself seemed to be stunned. Yi Futian's heart raced. Hugging Hua Jieyu in his arms, he kissed on her rosy lips. Even time seemed to have stopped at the moment. At this instant above the Kangyi Lake, countless fireworks ascended into the air and bloomed in the sky. Everyone lifted their heads and stared into the sky, gazing at the gorgeously blooming fireworks which filled the entire sky, producing a magnificent sight. So beautiful! Countless people exclaimed as they asked themselves why the blooming of the fireworks was so neat and brilliant. On a small road beside the lake, Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuchen were strolling. Suddenly they raised their heads to look at the sky and their footsteps stopped uncontrollably. So nice, Lu Qinyu muttered to herself. Even her heart trembled because of this. Yi Wuchen looked at the fireworks, and then lowered his head to gaze at Lu Qinyu. Under the fireworks, Lu Qinyu was actually so charming at the moment. Having felt something, Lu Qinyu withdrew her gaze and realized that Yi Wuchen was looking at her. Her heartbeat actually started to accelerate helplessly. In the Kangyi Lake, Yushang and Yi Qingxian, who were on a cruise ship, raised their heads to look at the dazzling fireworks in the sky. Yi Qingxian leaned into Yushang's arms gently and wished that time could remain at this instant forever. Hua Jieyu opened her eyes slowly, and Yi Futian was still kissing her lips. The stunning fireworks all over the sky seemed to have bloomed just for her. In this situation, she actually closed her eyes once again. A charmingly bright smile appeared on her face. Time seemed to have paused. The scene turned into eternity at the moment. Chapter 222 College. Chapter 222. College. It was the first day of year 10002 at the Kangyi Kingdom's palace. Many people were grouped here. Yi Futian's group would head towards the Eastern Barren Territory. The Kuanping spread its wings, ready to fly at any moment. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu stood atop it, waiting for the others to finish their farewells. Uncle Yi, we're leaving now, Yi Futian said to Emperor Yi, no longer calling him Your Majesty. There are many strong cultivators there. Don't force yourself when there are problems, Emperor Yi advised. I know. Yi Futian nodded. Danshan, Lingxi, cultivate well and aid your father soon. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi nodded with smiles on their faces. Your Majesty, take care, Hua Fenglu Yixiang. And the others also said to Emperor Yi. Take care, Emperor Yi replied. I'll visit the Eastern Barren Territory when I have time. Yes. When things stabilize you can come at any time. Yi Futian nodded. Imperial advisor, take care. Hua Fenglu looked at the old man. He was blind and just nodded, saying, Jieyu, take care of yourself. I will. You too. Hua Jieyu felt a bit down. She didn't know when she could return after leaving this time. I anticipate your return to your position in Nandu, he said. Now that Emperor Yi knew his identity, he didn't have to hide it anymore. Go. When you return, you will be a legend, Emperor Yi said, smiling. Last time, Yi Futian had gone to the ancient barren world for a bit more than half a year and returned to shake the entire 100 lands. What would he be like after going to truly cultivate in the Eastern Barren Territory? Yi Futian's group nodded and climbed onto the Kuanpeng. Other than the Lu siblings, there was Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, Yi Qingxian, Yixiang, Huang Fenglu, Nanda Wanin, Tanglan, and Tang Wan. And of course the Black Wind Eagle. Senior Kuan, let's go, Lu Feiyang said. The Kuanping spread its wings and flew up. Emperor Yi and the others looked up, feeling complicated while watching the Kuanping in the air. What awaited them in the Eastern Barren Territory? The Kuanping flew over the imperial city. Gales of wind blew past and countless people in the city looked up. They knew that the legendary youths of the kingdom had left. They were going to a place or true heroes to start their lives. The 100 lands wasn't enough for them. In the imperial city, Lin Yueyao looked up, feeling a sense of loss. As the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, she was loved by many. Only he was so uncontrollable and never thought highly of her. And yet she loved a man like that, but he was out of her league. That was how life was. She had so many pursuers that she thought weren't qualified. The one she liked didn't think she was qualified. She never even brought it up because she knew it was meaningless. Suddenly, she smiled and murmured, I hope you will be free and unrestrained your entire life. With that she turned, no longer thinking about it. It was already enough to be able to meet someone like that and have those memories. She still had to happily live on. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and college were all situated in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Lu Kingdom and Futian Sword Clan were in the east. The Ji family and Royal Xian Temple were in the south. The Sacred Sword Mountain and Qianqiu Temple were in the west. The Witch Clan and Moon Clan ruled over the north. Yi Futian's group came from the east and were closest to the Lu Kingdom and Futian Sword Clan. These two forces were close, which was why Li Daoyun of the Futian Sword Clan pursued Lu Qinyu. However, the Kuanping went further to the north, bringing Hua Jieyu to the Moon Clan first. After seeing her enter, the others continued to the college. The Divine Capital was one of the 3 most flourishing cities of the Eastern Barren Territory. In this ancient city there were many different clans and families. The forces that could be known as a family here were all those with strong cultivators in the noble plain. The city bordered many other cities. The other cities formed the most influential region of the Eastern Barren Territory, with the Divine Capital as the heart. It wasn't this influential only because of the Divine Capital. Instead, it was because the Book Mountain was situated outside the city and it contained the college. It was extremely spacious at the foot of the Book Mountain. There were no buildings within a 10-kilometer radius. However, many people were grouped there now. A huge demon descended from the air. It was a demon lion with the aura of a demon king. It was terrifying. The beast descended and landed at the foot of the Book Mountain. Even a demon king didn't dare fly into the college, the holy land for cultivators. A middle-aged man and a youth around 17 years old were on the demon lion. The youth wore a long robe and had a demonic look in his eyes. He looked a bit frivolous too. Tuoba Yun. The surrounding people all whispered. He was from the Tuoba family, a noble clan. The youth was Tuoba Yun, who had recently tested into the college after passing the 18 trials. Today was the entrance day. All students who passed the grand examinations of the college at the beginning of the year would enter officially on this day. More figures landed from the air. Some men wore elegant clothing and escorted a beautiful lady forward. Nangong Jiao from the Nangong family. Everyone looked at the lady. Her beautiful eyes were cool and proud. Also a genius who had passed the examinations, She was the daughter of the divine capital's Nangong family. Another figure came from the road. His physique was stranger. He was extremely burly but wore common clothes. In fact, they were like rags. However, his eyes were very bright and he gazed at Tuoba Yun and Nangong Jiao. Huashan. The others didn't dare overlook him at all. He was from the Kwa family, a barbaric and violent tribe. When Tuoba Yun saw Huashan, his eyes flashed dangerously. They'd fought during the examination and this barbarian had left an impression. More people arrived afterward. 3 figures walked slowly down the road leading to the foot of the Book Mountain. There seemed to be seniors bringing their juniors to school and attracted much attention. The 2 youths seemed extremely extraordinary. One was very handsome. Only judging by his looks, hardly anyone could surpass him. The other was very muscular. His entire body seemed to be filled with wild power. He could even be compared to Huashan. They were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, escorted by Yi Xiang. After bringing them to the divine capital, Lu Feiyong had continued to take Yi Wuchen to the Futian sword clan and returned to the Lu kingdom. Rather than going directly to the college, Yi Futian's group had settled in the divine capital before going. We're here. Yi Xiang gazed at the Book Mountain feeling shocked inside. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng made their way to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they saw the 2 peaks on either side made of huge boulders. The center seemed to have been hacked open. There was a heavenly step, and faint sunlight shone down from the end of it, landing on the grave and solemn buildings. That was the holy land of cultivation in the Eastern Barren territory, the Eastern Barren College. Go and cultivate well, Yi Xiang said to the 2. We'll visit when there's time, Yi Futian said. Don't worry about us, Yi Xiang said. I'm going. Yi Futian turned around. Teacher, I'm going up, Yu Sheng said as well. Yi Xiang nodded. The 2 walked to the foot of the steps and started climbing up the Book Mountain. Are they students too? Someone asked. He didn't know them. From their conversation it was clear they were here to learn. Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao, and the others were already at the top of the steps. They glanced at Yi Futian and were confused. They didn't see these 2 at the grand examination, so they couldn't be this year's students. Then why were they here? Are you here to study? A youth asked Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Everyone knew each other but had never seen these 2 before. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. You can't enter the college without passing the examinations, the youth said, chuckling. These 2 guys didn't know the rules. Oh, Yi Futian replied. Someone from the college invited us. The college invited you? Everyone turned to look at Yi Futian, studying him. Not many in the Eastern Barren territory could get an invitation from the college. It had always been talents from all over coming to learn. The college practically never invited anyone except for some exceptional figures. You think you're Xiao Wuji? Tuoba Yun side-eyed Yi Futian. Did the college really invite the 2 of them together? Judging from the one who escorted them, they weren't anyone important either. As far as they knew, the only one that the college had invited these days was the genius Xiao Wuji. It was rumored that Yi Futian didn't choose a clan, so no one in the college went. As for what happened in the Kangyi kingdom, only those in the top levels knew, and they wouldn't spread the news for no reason. Thus, no one knew that other than Xiao Wuji, someone else was invited into the college. Not even the students of the college knew, let alone the outside world, because the college had announced that they wouldn't go to Kangyi. Those who went were from the cottage. When Yi Futian heard Xiao Wuji's name, he thought of the man in the ancient barren world. He was indeed talented and should be one of the top talents of the Eastern Barren territory. But of course he couldn't be compared to Yi Futian. Nangong Jiao glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng and ignored them. She continued forward. Since she was here to learn, she would cultivate with the prides of the college and meet the legendary figures. She wouldn't waste her time on these insignificant people. Huashan glanced at Yu Sheng and continued climbing up. Yi Futian also ignored Tuoba Yun and continued advancing. The group of youths climbed up to the college, stepping onto the road of education. Chapter 223. Disciple of the Cottage. Chapter 223. Disciple of the Cottage. At the end of the stairs on the Book Mountain was the college. Entering an arched door, a square appeared in front of everyone. The square was still surrounded by mountain walls, and there were many meandering stairs around, leading to the different parts of the Book Mountain. In all places there were ancient palaces and courtyards which seemed to be towering into the clouds, producing a spectacular view. It was the day on which new disciples would be admitted into the college. Obviously, there were people there to welcome them. At the moment, there were many people in the square. Looking at the figures stepping into the college, smiles appeared on the faces of many. They had heard that the current batch of disciples entering the college was very outstanding, especially a few of them, who were extremely gifted and indeed rare geniuses. "Is Kuo-shan here?" someone shouted. Yes. Kuo-shan took a step forward. "Are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Zhongsu?" the person asked. The eyes of all the disciples in the place sparkled, and many stared at Kuo-shan with some envy. There were 7 mountain elders in the college. The strength of Zhongsu was definitely among the top 3, and there were many excellent geniuses under him. "Yes, I will." Kuo-shan nodded. "Nangong Jiao," the person shouted again. Yes. Some anticipation flashed across the eyes of Nangong Jiao. "Are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Zhu Qing?" As expected, joy appeared in the eyes of Nangong Jiao as she nodded and said, "Yes, I will." "Tuoba Yun, are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Qin Mu?" "Yes, I will." Tuoba Yun nodded. The names of the young people who were being admitted were called out one by one, and they were allocated to the 7 mountain elders of the college for cultivation. However, nobody was entitled to cultivate under the college chief. Of course, they also knew that this was almost impossible. Every disciple under the college chief was really extraordinary. As for the cottage, nobody even thought about it. However, the names of a few people were not called at all. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been standing at the side quietly all along. At first, they wanted to ask something, but before they could do so, the roll call had already begun. Thus, they could only stand silently at the side and wait. Fortunately, not too many disciples were being admitted, and the session ended very soon. All the mountain elders had sent someone over to welcome the new disciples who had just been admitted. Clearly, the college had already made the decisions beforehand and the different factions had the information. Actually, during their admission examination, everything had already been confirmed. They would only be entitled to cultivate in the college if a mountain elder was willing to accept them. Otherwise, it would be really awkward if someone entered the college but nobody was willing to teach him. The disciple looked at Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Smiling, he said, "If you have come here to seek knowledge, please wait till next year and take the college examination." Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao and the rest glanced at Yi Futian. These 2 guys are indeed trying to sneak into the place. They are asking for contempt. However, the disciple from the college was very polite. He only smiled and asked them to leave. "May I ask where is the cottage?" Yi Futian looked at the disciple and asked. "The cottage?" The person's eyes sparkled. Around them, the other disciples of the college turned around one after another and looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Even Kuo-shan, who was unconcerned about these things, looked at Yi Futian. Is he actually asking about the cottage? Why are you asking about the cottage? After being stunned momentarily, the disciple asked so. "I am going to the cottage to cultivate," Yi Futian replied. The disciple was puzzled once again and said, "The cottage should not be admitting any disciples. Please go back." The people around Yi Futian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He actually wants to go to the cottage to cultivate? "I am Yi Futian." Yi Futian said this doubting in his heart if the people in the college even knew him. Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding immediately went into complete silence. All the disciples from the college turned their eyes and gazed firmly at the handsome figure. Yi Futian was a very familiar name to them. At the end of the previous year, this name was frequently mentioned in the college, until the college announced that it would not go to Kangyi. Only then the name slowly faded away from everyone's minds. Nevertheless, the disciples of the college had obviously heard this name before. At the moment, not only did this name appear again, but Yi Futian himself was standing in the college. Since he was Yi Futian, he of course had the rights to appear in the college. Even if he did not participate in the college examination, since he had come, he was entitled to be admitted into the college. The mountain elders of the college would try their best to grab him. Regarding this, the disciples of the college had no doubts at all. After all, he had broken the records in the ancient barren world. However, Yi Futian had come for the cottage. Tuoba Yun's sight froze at the spot. As a member of a noble family, he had, of course, heard about Yi Futian. Even though he did not experience the events in the ancient barren world, Yi Futian's name had been mentioned by many at the end of the previous year. Just now when they were climbing the mountain, he mocked Yi Futian, asking him if he thought he was Xiao Wuji. He was not Xiao Wuji. He was Yi Futian. On the peak of the Mirror Mountain, he broke all the records of Xiao Wuji. Nangong Jiao also looked at Yi Futian with some surprise. On the stairs during the climb, she did not at all expect such a handsome young man to actually be Yi Futian, who had fully displayed his abilities in the ancient barren world. He was the arrogant person who broke the war drums on the Mirror Mountain and said the line, "Those who understand me will understand my arrogance." It was hard to imagine that such a person would look so handsome and also harmless when he smiled. Not even the slightest arrogance could be felt from him. Instead, he appeared to be humble and bright. After the silence was a commotion. Yi Futian actually came to the college. Does he want to cultivate in the college cottage? However, even though he had broken many records in the ancient barren world, everyone was unsure whether the cottage would allow him to be admitted as a disciple. Why are you asking about the cottage? The disciple was stunned for a while, after which he asked Yi Futian. His look was much more solemn. Just Yi Futian's name alone was enough to make him pay attention. Someone from the cottage asked me to come and cultivate there. Oh yeah, I think his name is Gu Donglu, Yi Futian said as he smiled. Seems like my name is really useful. Gu Donglu. Everyone around them gasped and all the disciples of the college looked at Yi Futian in envy. The college had announced that it would not go to Kangyi. But someone from the cottage went there and did not inform the college. Moreover, the person who went was Gu Donglu. As always, the cottage acted as it wished. Why was Gu Donglu so famous? Because many people believed that he would be the next sword saint. Why was the cottage so famous? During that time, the sword saint walked down from the Book Mountain and became highly reputed in just one battle. From then on, everyone in the world knew about the cottage. The college disciples around them heard that it was Gu Donglu who asked Yi Futian to come to the cottage. For a moment they actually did not know what to say. In the distance, a group of people was walking over. Tang Yi was in the group. His look passed through the crowd and landed onto Yi Futian directly. After a while, the group appeared in front of Yi Futian. Tang Yi's expression was very awkward. At that time, he humiliated Yi Futian in front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall, and was very arrogant. Later, he became the laughingstock because of this, which caused him to lose all his face. Luckily, the college announced that it would not go to Kangyi, and he thought that Yi Futian had missed the opportunity to enter the college. However, while the college announced that it would not go to the Kangyi kingdom, the cottage did go. Gu Donglu went there. Many elders in the college only knew about this after a while. The cottage did not inform the college at all about their action, and this caused the college to feel somewhat disrespected. Therefore, the college did not announce this incident openly. Seeing Tang Yi, Yi Futian's look was very calm. That day, Tang Yi dishonored him. So the events that happened after that would definitely cause Tang Yi to feel awkward. Another person was beside Tang Yi. The person had an outstanding temperament and a graceful bearing. His name was Su Muge, and he was a disciple directly taught by the college chief. Among the junior disciples in the college, his talents could be ranked among the top 10. At the moment, Su Muge stared at Yi Futian and said, "Welcome to the college." "Thank you. Seniors, please advise me in the future." Yi Futian joined his hands together and said. The atmosphere at the moment was rather subtle. However, since the other person welcomed him, he naturally could not be rude. "I have heard about all the things you have done in the ancient barren world. I did not see them for myself, but since you could break so many records and take away the light from the Mirror Mountain stone wall, your talents in certain areas must have been unparalleled," Su Muge said slowly. It sounded as if he was praising Yi Futian. However, cultivation does not only depend on talents. Character is equally important. In the ancient barren world, Tang Yi had criticized you, and you had proven him wrong with facts. But even so, in the ancient barren world, your performance was still too unrestrained. Even if you can unleash strong powers by relying on external factors, that power does not belong to you after all. If one day you realize that you are not as strong as your talents, it will really be embarrassing, and your mental state will be negatively affected. Su Muge said slowly, after all, talent is not equivalent to strength. Yi Futian was stunned. Is he complimenting or educating me? Why do his words feel so strange? Lu Feiyong had once told him that even though the cottage belonged to the college, the relationship between the two at the moment was somewhat subtle. From the look of it, it was indeed so. Apart from Yi Futian, the college disciples around him also realized this. Su Muge was a disciple of the college chief, while Yi Futian was about to enter the cottage. He had just arrived at the college. Su Muge seemed to be welcoming him but was actually educating him. The attitude the college had towards the cottage was already evident. However, everyone could understand why that was the case. When the college announced that it would not go to Kangi, the cottage immediately went there. The cottage did not give the college any face as well. How many nobles did you leave on the Mirror Mountain stone wall? At the moment, someone's voice spread across. Su Muge turned around and saw a somewhat inflated fat man walking over. Squinting and smiling at Su Muge, the fat man soon reached before him. Su Muge frowned, but the fat man said again, "How many inches of the image did you leave on the wall?" Su Muge frowned even more tightly. "Have you managed to control the statue and move it?" the fat man asked again. Su Muge's face darkened slightly. "You have done nothing. Without even any talents, what nonsense are you talking about here?" The fat man did not give any face to this disciple of the college chief as he spoke in a cold tone. Then, ignoring him totally, the fat man looked at Yi Futian. Squinting and smiling, he said, "My name is Yi Shaoshi. Younger brother, I have been waiting for you for very long." A smile appeared gradually on Yi Futian's face. As expected, the cottage suits my taste. "Hello brother," Yi Futian said. "You don't have to be so polite. Come, let's go to the cottage." Yi Shaoshi did not bother about the rest. Bringing along Yi Futian, he turned and left the place. "Brother, what's your seniority?" Yi Futian walked beside Yi Shaoshi and asked. 7. Yi Shaoshi smiled bashfully. In the past, he had been the most junior. "How about brother Gu Donglu?" Yi Futian asked again. "That's the third brother." "The third brother is already so strong?" Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Thinking about the imposing nature of Gu Donglu in the Kangi kingdom, Yi Futian was confident that he would be protected in the future. Then what kind of person will the big brother and the second brother be? Chapter 224. What a close call. Chapter 224. What a close call. The cottage as a part of the college was on the Book Mountain too. Up above the winding road was the most remote hill. This was where the cottage was. On the way there, Yi Futian asked curiously, "Who are our eldest and second senior brother?" Gu Donglu could scare off the people of Qin dynasty and Donghua clan with a look. "Then what about the two senior brothers?" "I have never seen the eldest brother. He left years before I was born," Yi Shaoshi answered. "But you should have heard of his. He might be enjoying his life on the Sword Saint Mountain." "Sword Saint Mountain?" Yi Futian's eyes flickered. He remembered that Lu Chenyu had told him that the college taught all kinds of students, even students from other clans. Many talents of the Eastern Barren Territory were the graduates of the college. However, he didn't expect that someone of the top power Sword Saint Mountain would have cultivated in the cottage. "Well, he is probably the most famous disciple of the college throughout the centuries," Yi Shaoshi nodded. "Who?" Yi Futian blinked. "Sword Saint." Yi Shaoshi smiled and looked at Yi Futian with crinkled eyes. Yi Futian was shocked. Though he had presumed that the eldest brother would be very strong, he didn't expect that it would be to this extent. Sword Saint Mountain, as one of the top powers, was located in the west of Eastern Barren Territory. The leader of the top power was the eldest brother, a disciple of the cottage? Why didn't Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu tell him about this? No wonder when the cottage invited him, Lu Feiyong just responded with one word, yes. If possible, Yi Futian wanted to go to the Sword Saint Mountain to visit the boss. From this aspect, were the many strong cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain his juniors? He was a man with status now, Yi Shaoshi was a little bit proud when seeing Yi Futian's amazement. The eldest brother is a man with a story, Yi Futian exclaimed. Of course. Senior sister once told me that 10 years ago, the cottage was not as famous as it is now. The leader of the Futian sword clan once said something disgraceful about our teacher. Then the eldest brother went downhill and defeated all the top sword cultivators of Futian sword clan. He challenged the leader of Futian sword clan too and ended with a draw. That battle made him famous and known as the Sword Saint. With this reputation gained from this battle, the eldest brother went to the west of the Eastern Barren territory to establish his own clan. Many strong cultivators gathered there, wanting to join this clan, which is the present Sword Saint Mountain. Hearing Yi Shaoshi's introduction, Yi Futian could imagine the legend. The eldest brother was a true legend. No wonder Lu Qinyu said that the people of the Sword Saint Mountain and Futian Sword Clan didn't get along well with each other. Why does the college have conflicts with the cottage? Yi Futian kept asking. Don't let those guys bother you. They're not capable enough to join the cottage, so they're jealous of you, Yi Shaoshi said. I'm not very clear about the relation between the college and the cottage either. It's said that the eldest brother once asked the teacher's advice about whether he should stay in the college or not. Our teacher recommended him to build up a new clan down the mountain. The college seemed unhappy with that. If a man who had the ability to set up a new clan, whose fight with the leader of Futian Sword Clan was a draw, was willing to stay in the college, it would definitely add to the college's reputation. However, the teacher told him to go establish his own clan. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He asked, how strong is our teacher? I have no idea. Yi Shaoshi shrugged and said. He says he's not good at cultivating. Do you believe that? Yi Futian looked at Yi Shaoshi. No. Yi Shaoshi shook his head. But indeed, no one has ever seen him fight. What about the second brother? Does he have a story too? Yi Futian asked. Yi Shaoshi was startled and said, there is no second senior brother but a second senior sister. As for her story, you will know it one day. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. He nodded and said, how are you, sister? Yu Sheng followed behind deferentially. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, he rolled his eyes. They'd only just separated, but he had already grown independent. At the end of the winding stairs was the top of the Book Mountain. Mist shrouded it faintly and the air was fresh. Under the cool air were rows of huts which were not like the other grand buildings along the way at all. They looked humble and simple. Were they the origin of the name of the cottage? There was a river in front, and on the stairs along the river was a woman washing clothes. Hearing the sounds, the woman turned around and showed her beautiful face. She was a maiden, younger than Yi Shaoshi. Her charming eyes fell upon Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Smiling, she asked, are you the junior brothers? How can our senior sister be so young? Yi Futian was stunned. Was she the second senior sister? But she looked even younger than him. This is the sixth senior sister, Yi Shaoshi introduced. Hello, senior sister. Yi Futian smiled brightly and said, you're really beautiful. Again. Yu Sheng was speechless. Hearing Yi Futian's compliment, the girl smiled sweetly and responded, you're also good-looking. Is the second senior sister here? Yi Shaoshi asked. Yes. The girl smiled. I'm bringing them to see her, Yi Shaoshi said. Okay, you go first. I will come after washing her clothes, the girl said gently. Yi Futian was confused. Was she washing clothes for the second senior sister? Yi Shaoshi walked away without minding the girl's words. Seemed that he was used to it. Yi Futian followed him and asked curiously, how can the sixth senior sister be so young? She's an orphan brought back by the teacher during his trip. She started cultivation earlier than me. Though she's young, she is still our senior sister. She is learning from the second senior sister now, Yi Shaoshi said, and Yi Futian nodded lightly. The trio walked along the way and came to a few clean huts. There were 3 people here, 1 woman and 2 young men. The woman was tall, wearing a white skirt. She looked gentle and weak, but her eyes brimmed with radiating vigor. With a pair of beautiful eyes and a slender figure, she was a rare beauty. At this time she stood under an old tree like a fairy. The other 2 young men were busier. One was transcribing books while the other was making a fire. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, the 3 all looked up, eyes falling on Yi Futian. The woman looked over Yi Futian and smiled. Our junior brother is here, the woman asked. Her voice was quiet and gentle. Hello, senior sister. Yi Futian smiled brightly and said, I thought I met a fairy. Beside him, Yi Xiaoshi rolled his eyes. Not only was the junior brother talented, he also had a silver tongue. Good boy. The second sister smiled more radiantly and said, I have heard that the little brother is very gifted but haven't expected that your taste is also good. Sister, you are as good-looking as a fairy. I am not blind. Everyone can see that. Yi Futian responded very sincerely. The second sister smiled even more radiantly. Brother, come and sit. In the front, the brother who was transcribing books smiled at Yi Futian. Do your thing. Hearing the light laughter from the second sister's mouth, that brother became disappointed and deferentially walked back to transcribe his books. The cooking brother wanted to say something, but after glancing at the second sister, he went back to his work. Yi Futian blinked. What was going on? That is fourth brother and that is fifth brother. Yi Xiaoshi introduced the transcriber and chef to Yi Futian respectively. However, this was a little different from what Yi Futian had presumed. Shouldn't the two brothers be the same as the third brother? Were they too weak or was the second sister too strong? That girl has not finished washing clothes? My shoulder is a little bit stiff. Little brother, come massage my shoulders, please. The second sister turned to Yi Futian. Huh. Yi Futian blinked. Was this appropriate? But helping his senior sister was within his duties. Moreover, this was his first day. He should listen to her. Thinking of this, Yi Futian walked to the sister. Yi Xiaoshi was sacred and wanted to escape. Where are you going? The second sister looked at Yi Xiaoshi. To cultivate. Yi Xiaoshi smiled sheepishly. Cultivate here, the second sister ordered. Yes, sister. Yi Xiaoshi nodded. Yi Futian walked to the sister while the fourth and fifth brother looked at him. Though they were laboring, they didn't envy Yi Futian but only mourned for him in the mind. The second sister sat in front of the tree. Yi Futian walked over, stood behind her, and reached out his hands. Yi Xiaoshi looked at him with sympathy. He regretted that he didn't remind Yi Futian before coming here. Our junior brother is here, someone said at this moment. Yi Futian turned and saw a figure coming speedily from afar. It was Gu Donglu. He had seen him before. So far, he'd met all the senior sisters and brothers but not the teacher. Third senior brother, Yi Futian called. Yes. Gu Donglu nodded and looked at Yi Futian. You don't have to do that. Go walk around the cottage. Hearing this, Yi Futian looked at the second sister. She just smiled. Ignore him. Help massage my shoulders. Something is wrong. Yi Futian looked around. The fourth, fifth and seventh brothers were all looking at him now. The third brother was looking at the second sister. Something was wrong. Yi Futian blinked and said, Brother Yi, I haven't visited the teacher yet. Can you bring me to see him? Then he was ready to run away. It was dangerous here. Your third brother lost the teacher. Where are you going to see him? The second sister smiled and said. Yi Futian was totally confused. How could the third brother lose the teacher? Xiaoshi, go and show our junior around, said Gu Donglu. Yi Xiaoshi nodded. Okay, senior. Junior, come with me. Yi Futian followed Yi Xiaoshi while Gu Donglu was still looking at the second sister. The second sister sat there without concern, quiet and beautiful. If Yi Futian still couldn't figure out what was going on, he must be an idiot. What a close call.